Explode!
Oh, okay. That is the first word they hear.
Well, that's perfect.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Everybody needs an explosion. That's what happens here in
Secret plans. Secret plans.
Seems appropriate.
Ooh.
Hmm.
Chrome no likey me. I'm closing it completely. I'm starting to see some lag. All right.
It's no good.
No, it isn't. Oh, well. It's all good. We'll get the music on in here then.
I have arrived.
Ah.
I see you.
Oh.
Greetings.
Welcome, Dan Ball. How you doing, man?
Doing well.
Another Sunday comes, and I've been looking forward to it all week.
Ready.
How are you? Actually, we just went live vocally. You're like, the stage.
No.
Yeah, the stage is open up, and you're like, I'm here.
All right, I'll turn my mic off.
Oh, okay. That'll help with the role playing. I'm really good. Just Dan Paul, what does Renard say? Dice roll, dice roll, dice roll. I have to decipher.
Also, long ass time no speak, Dan Paul. Been like 3-4 paxies since I last spoke to you, sir.
Gosh, really? Has it been so long?
Yup.
Oh my god.
Yep. Pre-COVID and even a couple of events pre that, I think.
It would have to be. Yeah, I don't
Something like that. Yep.
Yeah. You ready to get into some trouble with me?
Oh yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you have an adventure-seeking new person for sure.
Good. I see the picture of your character there. Is it now? That looks like an elf. Is that an elf?
Nope.
God, I guess I'll find out.
Yeah, it's a good guess though. Joyce giggle.
Are we in Foundry, or should I get in there?
Foundry's up. Yep.
Okay, I'll get in there.
Let's see. That's fine there. Alright, that's what I need to do. I realized that there was one thing I'm like, oh, I'll do this later, and I'm a human being and I'm a dad, so I got delayed. So I'm just fixing a single thing, and that will be fine.
That's why I don't have a journal for you today. I had the kids over the weekend, so I was like, shoot, I'm not going to be able to finish up this writing.
Life casts Interception.
But soon, Monday tomorrow, I should be able to finish it up.
No problem. Some people are getting in, and those people I have to give legend points to. I am going to do it now, because I just finished what I was doing.
I keep forgetting to get mine done.
No, don't worry about it. I mean, you did it in character, theoretically. It's just a matter of if you write it in for the bonus. That's all.
Hey,
Yeah.
Siobhan. Hi.
All right. One for freshman, one for Granozan, who is chronically in bed this session.
1 point. Love it.
Yep, did all that. Yeah, nah, for some reason he's just not leaving bed.
That's ideal. Most times.
I agree, actually. That's a damn good
That's not bad.
Oh, man.
Living his best life.
Let's see. So,
Man, I wish that were me.
I hear you, Siobhan. I hear ya. So before I'm going to speak to the audience for a moment. I am just, first, to everybody, welcome. This is the pre-show, and we're going to have a good time. If you would like to do a small favor, I'm going to create a command to give everybody's links later. But for now, I just want to let all of you know that there is an actual Discord where I'm doing updates, and you could even see them talking about downtime or the journal entries or something that they're talking about. But another cool thing on the Discord is many of the people tonight, you might want to get to know them. Maybe, for example, you don't know about Dan Paul, but you want to go and watch and hang out with Cooligan, stuff like that. There is a spot near the top of there called Support the Cast, so you will be able to go there, look at links, or maybe even if you feel they did an awesome bit of time tonight, maybe even throw them a small little tip, a gratuity. Yes, I am shilling for them, so they don't have to, and they can relax and enjoy their night off. So there you go. Other than that, I just want to say thank you. If you guys have any comments, feel free to talk it up in chat. Well, the only thing I ask is, please don't spoil anything the characters don't know if you notice it before them. That's the only thing I worry about. That's just because fun. But if you do want to spoil, there is a channel in the Discord that they can't see, but all of you can. So if you got suggestions, ideas, or even just want to rant about it, feel free. There, I did my shill. Now back to our regularly scheduled downtime. I ranted. So, tonight, come hell or high water, it will be a single session thing. This should not be a two-sessioner in any way, shape, or form, so that should be good, I hope.
Oh, buddy.
Jinx yourself, Jack.
Knock on something.
Yeah.
Don't say stuff like that.
You don't understand. I'm knocking on 2 different wooden things at the same time. So
You should also go outside and knock on a tree, too. Because who's to say that's real wood?
I mean, that amount of time it takes to go knock on that tree could kick us to 2 sessions. So I see what you're doing there. All right, so.
Self-fulfilling prophecy.
Spoiled again.
All right, so right now I'm just double checking. Every one of your icons are working, so that works out good. Just a reminder for everybody. Everybody here does know that we're going to Port Shadow and not doing grocery shopping this week, correct?
What?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what was selected.
I didn't.
That's why
I didn't know that.
There was, the reason being, it was essentially a tie, but one of the people who said they do not want to skip that was Granozan, and his literal in-character job is a tour guide for Travar. I can't do that without him. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. All is forgiven, I suppose.
Sivan disconnects.
Wait.
All right. Other than that, the only other thing I gotta say is, does anyone have to say anything before we start this session? Like anything I need to know about your character, or anything that may be the last minute? Oh yeah. I'll take that as a no. So.
I like vegetables.
Oh god, you're in the right campaign.
Oh no.
What do you think about... Never mind. Music, we're changing.
Everyone likes pumpkin stew, right?
Yeah, pumpkins.
We love pumpkins.
All right. This one. Another day within the guild, within the benevolent sky surge, as all of you sit around the table talking to each other. Recently, you notice something that kind of makes you a little bit unusual or scared. Unlike usual, not behind the counter. Instead, sitting on a chair across the room, just staring at all of you without a book in her hands, is the compass. She doesn't look unfriendly or frumpy. She'll nod in response if any of you make a gesture towards her, but she is just staying there, watching. As all of this happens, a new member of the guild comes indoors. It's before the tavern opens, and that's your only assumption. As a Windling flutters on over to the table, standing right next to the carrots that Renard has already been setting an eye towards. He stands there speaking familiarly to the host. And after they go back and forth talking a moment or two, a little bit of a swat of the air, and the host turns around and motions to the rest of the party. At which point, the new Windling it turns around and is about to approach. Morethi, how does your character approach the party for introductions?
Last thing I would ask the host is if I can take some of the carrots with me.
He simply gestures and says, by all means.
My God.
I will pick up a plate, and I will carefully nudge someone with a piece of cutlery, and then we'll flit over to the group. Quite swiftly, actually. Like a zzz.
All right, go ahead.
How about there?
How do you introduce yourself? In fact, I'm just going to leave the floor open, starting with you, Marathi.
Scoot a little closer to this one.
Hey guys, gals. My name's Banquaar. You can call me Bank, I guess. Big guy over there said I should come over and speak to you about the next thing y'all are doing.
You said your name kind of hesitantly. Is that actually your name, or?
It's more like I'm not sure how to approach you and speak to you all. Especially when I get there and you all turn and look at me at once. There's just that, like I kind of like drop short. My nervousness will be evident through the fact that I'm still hovering.
And sit down.
Vashana will pour a cup of tea and say, "Please sit."
Sure, thanks. I heard you guys like carrots, and I'll actually flip forward and land, with much less hesitance, kind of like on the edge of the table to place the plate down in front of y'all, and then I'll kind of like, instead of like sitting back down specifically on the seat, I just like drop into, akimbo, like, you know, like cross legs at the edge of the table.
May I please? I reach over and act like I am about to pick up a carrot, but I want his permission.
Oh no, please! And I'll like push.
Thank you.
I'll reach forward and push the plate like between everybody.
All right. Okay.
I'm gonna grab a piece of carrot and throw one at Clyde.
Clyde happily starts tilting their head and start gnawing onto it.
Oh, we all like those. I'm Lux, by the way.
Is that is Struffles over there for real, or
yes, he
just...
is.
Okay.
And for your knowledge, Vashana, Lulu is just perched outside the window.
My baby girl.
And as always, the giant wooden ape doll is still propped up against the corner.
Is it just me, or is there more animals in here tonight? Not you, Bank, of course. I mean, like the actual animals.
I'm gonna wave down the host. I'm gonna say, Mr. the host, may Lulu enter should she wish?
He walks up to the bar, grabbing a hold of a small cup, and says, apparently not. The last time your owl came in here, he promptly started spitting pellets everywhere. He then nods and takes a sip.
That is just courtesy. I mean, if you throw up at an owl dinner party, that is the highest compliment one could ever receive.
He smiles and says, no. And then he turns around and walks away towards the other end.
Is that the host? I've literally never seen him outside of the kitchen. That's him?
That is him.
Oh. Huh.
I will. You get a kind of like like ear to ear grin from me.
I'll take a carrot as well.
I will note that once the the hesitancy and stuff kind of like drops me and I relax slightly, like that grin looks far more natural on my face than the hesitancy before.
As all of you start to eat carrots, Bank, can you describe what they see so that they can imagine what the future scenes will be with their new companion?
Sure. The first most there's two really obvious things. To anyone that spent any time around Windlings, is that I am significantly taller than your average Windling. Like, I'm not quite 2 feet tall, but, if you think most Windlings are like maybe 1.5 feet average, I'm like a good, 3-4 inches taller than that, notably. But instead of looking gangly, I look my proportions still seem correct. I seem particularly strong. My muscle definition exists. And my skin tone is kind of like marbled. It's got like that very light shade that's similar to all the stonework in Travar itself, that very light shade, but it's got like marbled greys and silvers through it. Those are like the ones that'll jump straight out. My hair and eyes kind of like are a mix between blue and silvery.
Alright.
Other than that, what I'm actually wearing, the things that might jump out are the fact that I have like several tools hanging off my kind of like armor or equipment.
Alright. A last note is that his skin actually emulates marble, which implies that he's around stone a lot, as Windling's skin changes due to the nature of an almost chameleon-like nature of how they spend time in their areas for quite a bit of time. Also, your wings are dragonfly-like, I believe?
Yeah, and very silvery.
All right.
Very silver. They have a kind of almost metallic sheen to them.
All right. So,
What kind of tools?
There's a couple that would suggest more generic, like repair use, but the ones that would really jump out is their smithing tools.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank God for a second I thought you were going to say you build bridges.
I think he's a weaponsmith or a blacksmith.
I could if I was asked, I guess.
Your skin looks like the finest countertop I've ever seen.
I seem to take that as an immediate compliment, and there's just a wide grin. Thank you.
My grandmother has countertops just like you.
Well, I hope they're as useful.
Your grandmother has countertop made out of Windling?
Well,
that's not.
Looks like it. Yeah, it could be. I never asked her.
I don't know if I would want to ask, honestly.
I never considered being asked to be used as a countertop after my death. Interesting.
Am I interrupting? Your
Yes.
elven companion, the host, is just standing aside, watching you talk about putting your friend into a countertop.
So I think you misunderstood. But anyway, yes, you are interrupting. So how long have you been in Travar? Listen up to the host. You might learn something.
He starts chuckling, walks up, and puts his hand on the table, observing.
There's a moment of hesitancy as you are that directly rude to the host, and there's a quick flash of me to the host as I look at him with a look of, okay, sure, that didn't go the way I thought it was going to. I just kind of shrug and sort of go, always? I live here.
You live here? Oh, very well, good, very good. What do you do here?
I'm a smith. I've been apprenticed to Progress.
I figured as much, seeing these tools about yourself. Very good.
He's strict, but it's fun. You learn a lot from him.
You make a good living then.
I don't look like I know how to answer that question. There's a thought, and then I kind of like a shrug and a smile.
Well, you're here, so.
Yeah, I do it for the smithing and the learning, and because it's fun, and because it feels right.
That's a good reason to do it.
Those are all good reasons.
I think our host was about to say something, was she? I'm sorry about that.
He smiles.
I'm still a little
just...
stunned at how you interrupted him, so...
No, he smiles and nods. No, I was interrupting. Rank and manner doesn't change the fact that interruptions are rude, right? He smiles down to Renard.
Well, please, you have my leave and my attention.
Just so you know, he is saying it in pure good nature. He is it almost seems slightly apologetic, so it doesn't seem to be pointed at all.
I think I understand him. I felt like a friendly vibe with him. I didn't feel like he was upset at all.
He looks he looks at each of you in turn and then looks off into the distance over your shoulder to what you assume is the compass. He nods. Before you stands him in what seems to be a very stoic and strong nature. He almost seems to straighten up before he speaks on. And as you're sitting here waiting for the time to come from the compass, then you notice he starts talking. Esteemed members, he begins, his voice carrying the weight of authority and purpose. Today you embark on a mission of great importance and honor. Your task is to safeguard a vital trade caravan bound for a remote village nestled under the shadow of the majestic Dragon Mountains, down to the south. There, after delivering our products, you will assist in the construction efforts of the villagers, lending your skills and expertise to aid in their endeavors. As I hear they are inexperienced, and I'm not suggesting all of you may be experienced, but I believe that each of you will be able to bring your own expertise and knowledge. Yeah. He starts chuckling as you see his eyebrows kind of furrow up, as if he's trying to find the best way to describe this. The rumors speak of this village being handled by children, so you can understand at least intuitively if that rumor is correct, how that is. Upon completion, your duty shall be to ensure the safe return of the caravan back home. With a nod of approval and a gentle smile, he extends his well wishes. May fortune favor your journey, and may your endeavors bring glory to our noble guild. Farewell, and safe travels.
I raise my hand.
I also raise my hand.
I give my thumbs up.
He looks... are you raising your hand for attention or just to go along with the farewell?
No, that's to like because I have questions.
Yeah.
He then looks about. Okay. Well, you can just ask this. Oh, I don't know why you're. Go ahead.
Okay. What about this do you think is dangerous?
Well, you should be able to guard on the travels there and back, as you would expect. But mostly it's really just it's going there and coming back. There they have their own guards. They have their own community. And then you hear very loudly from across the room, ahem. And he looks over towards her, smiles very softly, and says, well, there could be some confusion or difficulties within the town. Understand, all of this is hearsay. But the hearsay that I understand is that we don't know why they have come there, or where they came from, but they seem to be having a bit of a tuffle or disagreements within each other. He shrugs. I hear pretty much that it's children's syndrome, where all of them think they're important and none of them listen. So you may have to mediate while you're there. But that's not dangerous. He looks, he says, really, get there, ensure that they think highly of us after you leave, and that is all we ask. The most dangerous thing we can have is losing trade with them. I don't know how they came upon it, but they are turning out to be very good customers. All of this, including your pay, is paid for by them.
We will do our best to ensure that continues then.
Well, hell, you didn't say they're paying.
He smiles and says, and if they're willing to pay this much, maybe if you do well, maybe they'd be, if they have more, they definitely have more money, though we don't know where it's coming from. So you might be able to be in their good graces, or maybe try to, I'm not saying swindle, but charm some more off their pockets, if you will. Just, again, he holds his hands up, keep them on good terms.
Very good. When shall we leave?
The caravan leaves, he looks around. Soon, you don't worry, they will come and get you. He motions to the door as if he's expecting a knock. There were other questions. He looks to each of you.
My question was answered about, are we getting trade from them or to them or vice versa or both? There are many materials going. There are wagons. You will be there with other members, hired friends of the guild, who will be trained in moving the caravans and such. As I understand, he furrows his eyebrows again, looking over at Davrak. I believe all their wagons have space for all of you, but please understand if you may have to sit in the front instead of the back, Sir Davrak.
Oh, it's still better than pushing. I had to push the cart the whole time last time. Did you read the journal? I pushed it the whole time.
I'm nodding. I'm nodding with a grin.
You did better than anyone else could have done, though.
I understand. I'm a big guy. I push big things.
I asked for a turn and you said no.
I don't remember that.
The host starts laughing. He smiles. It's good to know you're helping each other. But yeah.
That's a good way to be pushy.
That is all. If you have no more questions, I will.
I've got one.
Yes.
When we get there, is there someone in particular we should speak to kind of bypass? What was it you called it? And I'll look at compass. Red tape.
The compass simply, as you look at the compass, she is very much just paying attention to all of you, and seemingly it's as if she's watching how everything unfolds. While keeping her
I am exceptionally over aware of the fact she's sitting kind of like over my shoulder watching us all. Itchy shoulder moment.
This is not our first trade with the town. As long as you provide the guarding, you can leave the talking to the caravan master.
Oh, okay, cool.
Mm-hmm. You are paid to be guards and to assist. And if there's any reason that makes sense, the caravan master, I forget his name, but you'll be able to ask him for details and such if you have any questions. I'll
just nod.
Yeah. So at that, he smiles, and he bids all of you a farewell and goes back to doing what he needs to do over at the counter, which at this time is the traditional cutting of carrots. Time goes on, and you may ask other questions over the next little moment, but before long, a knock comes to the door, and you see a human smiling at all of you. Time for us to go. He introduces himself as the caravan master, simply Brandon. Brandon then smiles and says, "Let's get going." I'm leading you off to 3 different wagons, all of which covered
and all of which pulled by horses. You start leaving Travar.
So as we leave, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're good.
As we leave, I'm gonna look at the rest of the group and I'm gonna say, so I'm gonna be completely honest. I should probably not talk during this. I'm not very good with people, you see, and especially younger people. I do not understand them.
I think you should talk. I think you'll fit in just fine, and if you don't, you can't be any more awkward than they are.
How much do you want to bet?
I wouldn't worry about it too much. Kids are weird.
I think they'll like you a whole lot.
Moving scenes.
You're like really tall and serene, and like I can see kids really liking you.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
The wagons.
Serene. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you first. You first.
Serene isn't what people usually describe me as, but thank you. That is very like, kind to say.
You're really calm. Like calmer than anyone else I know.
A lot of people.
And hey, at least you're less likely to throw hammers at me.
As the caravan leaves Travar, the first thing you notice is Brandon starts making calls out, and they start going into a hum and a song among all three caravans that you hear them singing distantly to now. It's a good song, but something about it adds a little bit of urgency, and you realize that you're moving at a brisk pace. The horses are not going at a simple walk, they're going at a jot.
I will not be able to stop myself from singing along after a little bit once I have the words in my head.
And you do.
Are we like alongside of these wagons? Are we in these wagons, or how's that?
You have opportunities to sit in the wagon and relax. The covers actually are wrapped up a little bit along the bottom part, so you are able to look out and observe in the distance, so you can guard from within.
Any of the three?
Any of the three. In fact, there's what you do see is a varying amount of building materials, from logs to, or not logs, but split boards and stones and other materials. What you would consider the bare basics. That said, they're of high quality. They're oiled. A few pieces of furniture you hear in the other wagons, as all of you are able to relax and not have to walk unless you wish to. But at the pace... Oh, go on.
Am I able to sit on top of the wagon?
You can. With the way that the weight is, it definitely almost feels like a hammock and a bit unstable, but you should be fine.
You beat me to that question. Dang it.
Yeah, I wanted to sit on the top with Clyde, just like having a perch up there or something. If there's a way.
And Vashana, you do see Lulu flying off in a distance, off and on throughout the time. So it looks like a Lulu is coming with for this.
Yay! I'm so happy.
Just as a ballpark, how long does this journey take, or how long is it intended to take?
Brandon leans back as you inquire about it. It's going to be about, we'll be there in the morning. We'll be riding through the night.
Ooh. Will a flute distract the horses or anything?
He frowns a little bit. Please do not interrupt the hymn. It is of importance for our caravan's progress.
There will be a very kind of like, like the sort of like quick nod of, yeah. Okay, it sounded odd, so that's why I asked. Is it?
It's a magic hymn.
Yeah. When you say that, can I have a look with Astral Sight or something? Like, is there a way to look and see if you can see the pattern of the magic or something?
You glance around through the astral space. By the way, good news. A good note for anyone who checks, the corruption here is minimal to a light, not at all intrusive amount. But you do not see any matrix or anything like that. You don't know necessarily what is causing it, even from more. You don't want to be invasive, but you suspect there's something here happening. You just can't tell what.
Weird. I will be like almost talking under my breath, like, you know, like as I'm doing it, going, it's not that. I wonder if they've got like magic horseshoes or something. That's weird.
Does it have lyrics we recognize?
No, actually. They are spoken... Well, let me think. Let me look at the group. They're spoken in a language none of you recognize. But you start hearing some syllables that sound almost Scrang, though there is not a single Scrang in the party.
How long are we listening to it?
Oh, for the entire day.
So
I just imagine in spring 99 bottles of beer on the wall, 99 bottles of beer.
But no, it's varying. It's almost like you don't hear the same song twice.
So I can't discern what they're saying after listening for a while?
You can actually. Oh, I see what you're doing. Would you like to... I mean, you can generally get a feel for it, but you would have to roll that and take up your slot to utilize that magic. But you believe it is a very specific dialect of Scrang, is your best suspicion.
Well, I'm going to have a seat next to Davrik.
Can I roll that then?
If you
See
wish.
if I can just speak.
Well, I'll use it.
Well, I don't really need to speak it. I just kind of wanted to sing along.
Oh, well, you can... I mean, you can start finding ways to sing along, even if you have no clue what the words mean. But, you know, you try as you can as you go throughout the day. And one of the assistant builders, a dwarf that's in one of the on one of the forward ones, actually sees it, hops out, and jumps onto your wagon, trying to teach you some of the lyrics and such if you want to try. And he doesn't explain what they mean, other than simply, it's just a song of vitality is all he says. And he giggles and says, I'm not going to teach you what the words mean.
Okay.
This must be some really powerful magic, I say, holding the piece of paper. It says 2 days of travel to get there. If we're there in the morning, that's almost cutting it in half, right?
He nods. Yes, but for it to work, they need to rest for a few days, which is why we'll stay there.
It might be obvious after the first bit that when I'm singing along with them, I end up copying his tone and stuff. I'm almost mimicking the tone he uses.
Gotcha. As you reach part of the edge of the Byros River, you look across to the other side, which is quite a ways away. It is a large river. And you actually see some packs of unusual animals and such you see out there, hunting what seems to be some gazelles. The only reason that you find it a little bit more distracting and interesting to watch is that these odd wolf-like creatures jump into the gazelle from behind. And you notice that it started to split the body in half. The gazelle kind of split in an almost wishbone fashion as it hits the ground. Terrifying.
That's kind of terrifying.
And you keep on riding. At which point the dwarf points over. That's why we don't go slow.
I'm not going to watch that.
Yep.
Eventually, though, you start approaching what is the forest, and you start seeing the Dragon Mountains come closer as the evening comes. You find yourself, at least at evening's case, going over and stopping near an outcropping of where the river comes towards you so the horses can drink. And I'm just going to bring you over here. It's perfectly fine. For what seems to be a much softer and not so fast run at night, the rest of the travel brings you up to the edge. this is where Brandon tells you it's actually not 2 days of travel. It's about a day and a half, but we make it faster. They estimate 2 days because some people assume it's on foot. And he nods and smiles. You think back, there's no way that could have been done on 2 days on foot. But that's fine.
I mean, I could have done it on 2 days on foot, but that's neither here nor there, you know what I'm saying?
Faces pressing X for doubt.
So, as all of you approach the edge of the forest and what will be the city of Port Shadow, you start having summaries of how it will go. You'll be approaching the city from the west, and he'll introduce you to many of the elders. Last time they were here, there were 4 elders and a varying amount of children and teenagers. He looks at each of you. Now would be a good time to freshen up your minds. Do you have any questions? Customs, culture, anything?
To elders just now? We were told this is children. How old would the elders be?
I don't know. The town is made up of humans and elves.
I mean, just like an estimate.
Yeah, but I would have to say, I don't think one of them's a young adult at max. Probably late teenage.
Wow.
But they've had to live through a lot, you can tell. It was eerie my first 2 trips when it was just children, but they all work. They all work hard.
When it was just children?
Yeah. There's not an adult in the entire village.
And you don't know how they came to be here?
They won't tell us. And we don't push, but they've got a trade guild's amount of gold to spend, apparently.
Odd.
Agreed.
Also worried
Well,
about...
I've got a trade guild sized pocket waiting for him.
He starts turning into the forest, looking up. Any other questions?
I frankly have no idea what to expect, and therefore I don't believe I could ask a reasonable question.
He nods.
Will we be staying in the city?
Yes. Last time we stayed, we actually had to camp out. We camped out near our wagons and such near their main hall. It's not a good place in terms of being built. We've been helping them build it. One of their more recent purchases were from our guild, and they were quite a penny. I'm surprised they could afford it, and this is when I knew this place was a bit unusual. They got our traveling stones, purchased them directly from us. So when we approach the edge, they have no walls. That's all they've got for defense right now. And they keep watch. It's got to be stressful for them. But he shrugs. So if you hear dinging from the edges, you'll understand that. A chime of sorts. They've got a working tent, essentially, for a blacksmith. He looks over up above and hikes a finger up towards where Bank is. He'll appreciate that, and don't judge it. They've got anywhere from many different crafts. The elves sleep in the south, and the humans sleep near the north. But as long as we stay near the middle, that's fine. They're kids, though, so they typically try to get as much information as they can when we're there. Expect to answer some questions. More mature ones than you'd expect.
How long has this place been here?
I don't know, but it can't have been that long. Maybe a year at max. Or less. Most likely less. We've been trading with them for the past 2 months. And when we first got there, it looked like they were in sticks and rugs.
My worry is when there gets to be a bunch of adults that find out that there are children running this place, they're going to come and take it. Especially if they find out that there's a lot of money involved.
He nods. That's why I'm telling you and no one else. They say that we have been exclusive with them for trading. So I think we may be the only individuals they've met. He shrugs.
Very good. Well, let's meet them. Let's find out.
He as you go towards the point where you're going in, that's where the caravan stops. You're in the third cart of 3. And generally speaking, and at this point there's been a rearrangement, making sure many of you are distributed between the front, the middle, the back. If it becomes relevant, we will decide at your discretion if it pops up. So
I'm by Davrick. I'm sitting right by him.
All right.
That's because Renard is smart.
Well, Davrick, let me tell you, I've had a little time to think about it. You didn't go with us on the last job, but I've had some downtime to think about it, and I've decided to forgive you for not catching me in that cave when I said I was going to jump down, and you missed. I did see that you tried. You tried your best, and I've thought long and hard about whether you didn't hear me or you didn't want to, but I believe that either way, let's put that behind us. I forgive you for that. I'm happy to be at your side once again.
Awesome. I forgive you for holding malice against that mistake.
God, this is amazing. All right. As you're approaching what seems to be a very light path that the caravan can see and you cannot, you're approached by 2 elves, both of which seem to be teenage. The one of them looks like an outright child, and the other one is what seems to be an older teenager. Based on what the rumors were given to you, probably one of the oldest kids in the encampment. They walk up holding their hands up, and they smile and are absolutely happy to see you.
There'll be a really cheerful wave from me as they kind of like raise their hands. It'll just be like an open sort of like wave as in hi from a distance.
They don't actually notice you because you're on top of it at this point. But they greet and they cheer out to the person that in the front of the caravan, which Brandon hops down and talks to them in first. He then turns around. There are many people I'd like to introduce you. New people. Introducing some of the caravan. And these are our... He smiles. These are our heroes. To which point, the guard looks... the larger one, who has been introduced as Eldrin the guard, looks suspicious. And the younger one, the fisher, just absolutely jaw drops. Smiling. You brought heroes?
But... Okay, at that point there'll be a grin, and I'll just step off the side of the caravan, just without a care, and let my wings catch me just before I hit the ground in an arc that kind of like catches me forward, so I can step closer to, our caravan guy.
Well, go ahead and just roll dexterity just to see how the result is as intended. Purely, don't worry about a success, just so you can kind of get a feel.
See how graceful I am?
Yeah, exactly, just for the sake of fun.
I've picked up an extra U in my name again for some reason. Weird.
Oh, no, that's because this was a preset.
Tokeny things.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Anyway. But as all of you are introduced to the kid, that was graceful enough. At this point, you're all encouraged to come up to the front. The caravan's going to be at a walking pace. The kids look at each one of you, and Brandon looks at all of you and say they will introduce themselves. And starting with pointing to the tallest one in the group.
Oh, us. I thought they were introducing their selves. Okay, no, I understand. Sorry. Hi, my name is Davrak Crimson. I forgive you for settling in the Dragon Mountains, even though the Thunder Mountains are much better. I'm here to protect you. Us, caravan.
All right. Go ahead. Go ahead next. It looks like point goes over to Vashana.
Oh, and she kind of straightens up and she brushes off her dress a little bit and she goes, "My name is Vashana Ravensong. It is a pleasure to meet all of you." And she will give them a curtsy. As etiquette of a curtsy as she can, or proper etiquette of a curtsy.
Okay, so you give a good curtsy. He turns his attention over to Renard.
The remarkable Renard. Glad to meet you, masters.
Then, a motion to the closest Windling who has jumped down.
I think I hopped off in the lead there, so I will kind of like give a florid bow, kind of like following Vashana's lead, not mocking, just following your lead. I'll kind of like do that whole sort of like florid bow thing with etiquette. Be like, "Hi, I'm Banquaar. You guys can call me Bank."
I'm judging how good his etiquette is. Jack, how good is his etiquette? How good is your etiquette?
All right.
Hi, rank.
You judge his etiquette as acceptable. He's talking to kids in a forest.
She will give a nod of approval to your etiquette.
And then finally a motion to both the Windling and the Zoac.
Hey, I'm Lux. Lux Greenspring. It's nice to meet you both. We had a fun time getting here. I hope we can help.
Mm-hmm. As each one of you in turn give your introductions of sorts, the kids seem both suspicious but at ease with each one of you, and they greet themselves, introducing themselves. Well, I'm Edwin, and I'm one of the guards here of our town of Port Shadow, and this is Thureen. He doesn't talk much, but he's probably gonna talk to you sometime. He's never met a hero before. I mean, well, not here. He smiles awkwardly. I'll walk you back to the city. And at that point,
Sure.
They start walking.
Don't worry about talking to us. We're just people too.
Mm-hmm.
Is Thureen the younger one?
Thureen is the younger fisher, yes.
So are you boys related?
Brother? Eldrin turns around and starts walking backwards in response. No, we aren't. In fact, all of us mostly are from different families. He smiles. But all of us are essentially brothers and sisters now, it seems. At which point they walk you and the caravan up. There's a point where the trees break, and you see what seems to be a large plateau of sorts. Cliffs, but not large cliffs. Probably just a troll and a half height high. All seem to be going, and I'm pulling you back, Davrick. What the hell did you do there?
I pushed the wrong button.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. As all of you are approaching the edge, you start seeing varying children everywhere up above as you go up the edge. Eventually, though, Thureen gets off to his own encampment, while Eldrin introduces you to Lucas, a human guard, at the edge of the hill, as all of you manage to go in. Until otherwise stated, just for the sake of this map, you can assume that all of you are generically at the caravan, if not otherwise stated. If you wish to use this as a sort of, this is the part of the area that you want to be a part of, or such, go ahead and move as you wish. This is a free movement scenario. So, some of the most important parts, and I'll bring ahead to it. The orange buildings in the center are the group of areas where you will find people collaborating. You will see much mingling among what seems to be the elves and the humans all about here, people going in and out of the main hall to get food and such. This is where we will continue in a moment, but Brandon starts pointing out there's a lot of buildings that seem to be triangular, mostly because he says they found it was easy to make. They are essentially quick and easy lean-tos. Pointing off to this weird collection of them at the very top, which is where the housing for the humans are. These are the workshops, and in the distance is a healer's hut. And to the south, you can see varying, more organized elven huts together for their sleeping, and you see what seems to be gardens and/or farms, and even an animal pen over here. So this is the collective of what is the city. You are all brought in to the main hall, to which you find just a handful of tables, of which you see a singular elf, probably the oldest one, probably 17, sitting there, across from a human who is sitting there as well, a human female. They introduce themselves as you all approach. Welcome, welcome. You are part of the Benevolent, says the female. She looks
Benevolence.
Benevolence, yes. Are you... I see that people are working with the caravan to get it unloaded and such out there. Thank you for coming with. Is there anything that we can do to assist all of you? The first thing that she is obviously looking at is all of your armor.
I will freely admit that I am utterly distracted by the fact that we passed some smiths at that northwesternmost tent where I'm seeing notes of tool and metalsmiths. If there was any clanking coming from that direction, I'm probably hovering at the back of the group and I'm over my shoulder, curious.
You'll be able to go and observe that later.
But yeah, I'm following with the group. It's just I am obviously distracted at this point.
Yeah. And at this point, Gwendolyn looks up. I'm Gwendolyn, one of the three elders here. She sits back, leaning against the table behind her. You go ahead and roll perception or awareness, each one of you.
Classic Davrak perception.
Nice.
Renard and Bank, the two of you very much notice there is something about her clothes that seems to be a bit off right now. In fact, the first thing you notice is, it's not that you're looking at it specifically, but her clothes are way too tight. And that's what gets you kind of at a moment to glance around at many of the other people around the camp. Throughout the camp, you're starting to identify this almost looks like just a large group of... For kids that have so much money, all of them have barely any working clothes. This so almost looks like an awkward...
Too small?
Yeah, it almost looks like an awkward, self-contained orphanage, is the best way you'd describe it. The clothes are what's catching your eyes.
And they're starting to grow out of them.
That's...
My first thought is that they might be wearing armor underneath them, but it's
no,
that.
You guarantee it is too small. But then your attention snaps back to Gwendolyn as she looks up. I am Gwendolyn, one of the elders. I also act as a scout for the nearby land, trying to find us more valuable finds. This here is one of the other elders, and he steps forward, standing up, trying to act as proud as possible. You can tell he's trying to almost make himself look as big as all of you, much to the chagrin of Davrik, I'm sure, in the back of his mind. I am Thalarin, elder and carpenter, and welcome, guards. And you realize as he says that you have not been introduced, or Brandon hasn't had a chance to come here yet. He looks. They both look to each one of you, looking for someone to respond.
Yes.
Do you need guards or what? I'm sorry.
He smiles. No, you are well armed. And that point, Gwendolyn starts chuckling at his awkwardness. Yes, I mean, we're doing what we can with what we have, but it's... she smiles.
Oh, allow me to reassure you, my lady. We are well armed for you. We are here for your aid and protection and service. We would not normally walk around with these weapons. This is for your protection.
Well stated and well observed. You get a first impression off that one, Renard. You don't think that it hit the first impression as it is, but it hasn't made things worse. She smiles. Thank you. So, come on, sit. They motion to their dainty little stools and handcrafted tables, of which, even all of you can see that, there is someone who put love into these tables. Davrak,
how well made are they?
Jack, am I gonna break one of these stools if I sit?
You're probably gonna sit. You could sit you could sit cross-legged and still be tall enough to look over it.
Yeah, I'm gonna sit on the ground.
As by the way, these things are amateur at best. Bank, amateur at best.
But somebody's put care and attention and they've tried hard.
Yes.
Is the important part.
Yeah, no.
I
stool
will
wobbles.
actually comment at that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Every stool wobbles.
comment
The
on
legs are uneven. They're slanted. The tables themselves, you actually would guess that one of them that Bull's maybe sliding down on. They are what you would expect from a child carpenter that doesn't have a person teaching him. She sits down, and as each of you sit down around and Thalarin sits down, they smile. Thalarin then speaks. So I heard from the last time that there would be people sent to help us with tasks during your visit this time. Are you among them?
We are them.
Ah, okay. What are your... I don't even know what to ask for help. What are your specialties?
Well, we'd like to first get to know you a bit so that we might be able to better serve you. And I think one of the first things we'd like to know is how you came to be here.
In saying that, both of the elders seem to get into a very almost different tone or feel with the way that they are motioning and moving there. They no longer stutter, and one of them, Gwendolyn, starts. Well, that is a story for us to know, and we have come here and started up this town. Thalarin then jumps in, almost in what seems to be a perfectly timed response. And we have come together as a group in order to try and make our way in the world. Gwendolyn steps in right after that. And then one day we will all grow up and be able to be strong and be able to tell to our children about their origins. And they both smile and nod at the exact same time.
This has been well coordinated and well practiced by the looks of
Very
it.
practiced.
Of course. Jack, can I use my streetwise skill to attempt to smooth over that awkward bump?
This wouldn't really fit the streetwise ability. Go ahead and just try to smooth it over.
Okay. Of course, apologies. Yeah, we don't mean to insinuate everything. I was around your age when I first started sky raiding. But anyway, my main strengths
I
are
will
strength
chortle.
and defense. I can pick things up and put them down. I can hold any shield.
I just facepalm. I just hand immediately to my forehead. Just,
Gotta start somewhere, right?
So
Wade grin.
So at that point, I want to describe exactly what happens. You start talking, and all their eyes go straight to you. There is an important point that I think everyone but you recognizes, aka your rule of one, but you can thank this for. They seem to stop mid-sentence whenever you breathe wrong. And everyone here but you might recognize this is the first time these four souls have seen a troll.
Is this like an oh my goodness, it talks type situation?
No, it's a moment of we don't want to piss him off is what you can all easily see.
Okay.
And then as he says Skyray, they are stone cold frozen from that point forward in whatever he says.
We've all noticed that. We noticed
that. But not Davrak. Davrak, you totally think that they are just good and respectful and good talking partners.
Yeah, so just let me know if you need anything moved. I can move this the stuff that we just brought in. I can help you put up some fences or something. You know, big, strong.
He's quite strong and very good at taking directions. Usually.
With you speaking, they both slowly creep their heads in your direction and just kind of nod. This is what you would imagine if their astral patterns got nut punched hard and they're doing their best not to cry.
No.
I give them as friendly a wave and a smile as I can.
Yeah, don't worry about it. He's a good guy. He's a good guy to have on your side for sure.
They all just kind of smile. After a moment, Thaler, the elf is the first one to start making motions. Thalaran smiles and says, "So, other things is, you asked about how you could help, I think, or something." He looks over towards Renard.
Well, no, to be clear, I asked how you came to be here, but I understand that's a secret which you would like to keep for now, and that's all right with me. And I'm and my companions here. How long have you occupied this area?
Gwendolyn looks over at him. I don't know off the top of my head, but Nemu would know. Yeah, Nemu. He handles our timekeeping.
Huh.
And is he one of the other elders?
No. He is our bookie. He's sleeping right now.
A bookie, yeah.
Your bookie?
Yeah, I understand.
Gwendolyn.
Oh, here's an easier question. How many winters?
They both look up. Not one? And Gwendolyn smiles awkwardly.
Oh, you haven't been here long then, huh?
They both shake their head. We're doing the best we can, and we've done very well so far.
Wow, you've set up quick if you haven't been here that long, man. That's kind of impressive.
The elf beams proudly, and you notice Gwendolyn start to frown slightly. So, we have a lot of needs for wood and gathering and such. If you would be able to have you... How often do you go out in the wilds? Gwendolyn asks.
We are out in the wilds about as often as we are told to go out there, as they are somewhat dangerous. Our concern for you is, if you haven't seen a winter yet, we're going to need to fortify this place to protect you and keep you warm during it.
The moment you say that, Thalarin seems almost lit on fire in response to what you say. Exactly, he shouts. That is exactly what we need to do. And at which point you almost see an agitated conversation. You can tell this has been a topic between them. Gwendolyn looks at you and almost seems a little broken. I understand that, but I'm worried we won't have enough food to last the winter.
Oh, yes, and that is quite a concern for the winter as well. These are all winter concerns. So you see the two of you are on the same page. That's part of fortifying the place.
Thalarin then talks in response, looking, well, it's more important that we get the defenses up. We have to have walls, not ropes. At which point...
See, this is what makes it challenging. You're both right.
They both stop
Would you two do us the great favor of leaning on us for our advice and for generally taking some direction from us? For we have seen many winters.
They both nod, and they both smile at that. That's when there's a knock over by the doorway, and all of you turn around, and you see what seems to be a child there. A human child call out, the outside, the visitors want both of your attentions. Sorry about that. And they both smile, greeting the girl as Jenna, and say they'll be there in a moment. Yeah, so this is one of the only buildings that we have, and all of you may rest here. It seems to be the one that will only fit any of you, but if you wish to stay at any of our residences, there is room there for others to join. Thalarin looks over at Davrak. To be sincere, if you wish to go somewhere else, Tall One, you'll have more room in the elven huts than you will in the human huts. Gwendolyn sighs. Yeah, he's probably right.
May we request a tour of your settlement here?
Oh yeah, but we will be busy. And they both just smile. But anyone can walk you around. There is no one who should have a problem with you as visitors.
Can we just wander up and talk to people then?
They both look at each other, look at you. Yes, but if you do talk to somebody while they're working, please help them while they're working. She almost starts rambling, because then they're very distractible. All of us are, so just make sure that we're on task and even join us with it, please.
Wide grin. Hey, Distractable's my middle name. I will look sideways at was it Dav, and be like, yeah.
What?
I'll try not to interrupt people.
At which point, Thalarin takes a little bit of a step forward and gently taps Gwendolyn. Let's go going. They're waiting on us. Oh, yeah. And they both kind of nod, bow their heads slightly, and start stepping out. You all are now in the main hall alone, amongst yourselves. No one nearby if you want to talk amongst yourselves.
Once they leave and are out of earshot, I'll say, Dav, you scared those children something fierce.
What?
Awkward.
Why'd you say that?
The only way we could have made that even worse is if I had told them I speak to spirits.
Well, he can't help that he's a big son of a bitch. I mean, look at him.
Look at me.
Well, he is quite intimidating.
Even more so after his Sky Raider.
I tried to think of something else to say. Nothing else came out.
You could have said Sky Pilot.
I don't know that they're familiar with what Sky Raiders are. frankly.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you don't have to be super knowledgeable to know what raider means.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
It's okay.
I think if they weren't as old as they were, and they weren't as in control of themselves as they were, they might have actually peed themselves.
I was
Ew.
sure they did.
Would have been
So
perceptive.
let's just try and be nice from now on.
I thought I was being nice. I'll try harder, I guess.
You try your best.
Okay.
Well, that aside, what do we think about this collection of children here? I worry for them, frankly.
Me
I think
too.
they're going to be taken advantage of by other adults with something else in mind. This camp could easily be wiped out.
Indeed.
I mean, certainly.
I haven't seen their guards, but just a couple of us coming in here with ill intent could probably just storm the place and take over without really much effort.
Well, you saw
they're in trouble.
As a god.
Yeah. They need walls up and they need better defenses. But at the same time, they also need their food to be sorted for winter. If they don't, they're going to starve.
I mean, it sounds like they're probably working with a labor shortage. You know, they have the intent of what they need to do. They probably just don't have the hands and minds to do it.
I'll kind of flit up and sit on one of the tables and kind of just lean left and right, causing it to from what Jack said, the legs kind of totter left to right. I'm going, if they deal with their defenses themselves as well as they deal with their in-house carpentry, and I'll just go click, clock, click, just to kind of let the toddling of the table speak for itself, shrug and hop off the table.
A couple of sharp posts outside will do better than any well-made fence sometimes.
It would do us
but you need to know how to do that.
Divide our tasks up. Vashana might be, for example, better suited to help them in something else, whereas you, Banquaar, would be able to help them with that carpentry, things like that.
Mm-hmm. More I'll kind of tap the table. It's they're using sturdy enough materials, and obviously whoever made this cares. They've shaved down the edges and stuff. They want it to look nice. They have the intent and they have the care and attention. They just need
well, what they lack
basics.
is skill. Yeah, they don't have the skill.
Jack, did we bring them food? Is that part of the supplies we brought?
No,
Are we
all of the supplies are building materials, and
we don't know where they're getting their food.
Right now. As you
field, probably.
You can casually glance out just overall. You do see the farms and such on the south. One of the kids seems to actually have some semblance of self-provided leather armor and a bow, so it seems like they might have hunters. In fact, you see, at least looking out the door to the south, the vast majority of what you see are elves. So you've heard about humans. You saw Gwendolyn as a human, and the Fisher was a human as well. So there's definitely some. You just haven't seen many of them yet.
Average age. What would a young elf count as age-wise? In human years?
I am going thematically saying at a glance, you're looking at them as children to teenager. We're talking before they are considered full adults. So year-wise, right. I could go into that, but it would just take unnecessary time to look
so the elves seem to be the most, maybe not competent, but they have more years under their belt to have kind of grasped.
Well, I mean, it's not even that. Stuff. Just generally glancing at them, you can't. They all just seem generally in the same age bucket.
Right.
Maturity-wise.
Gwendolyn said she's worried about the food, and I think she's right to be worried about the food. Perhaps in order to continue this profitable trade we have going on, convince them that we can help stockpile food for the winter by taking our goods from Travar. So getting goods and food for them here might put her mind at ease and also help out Travar, help out Benevolence.
Yeah,
well, I think we need...
Go ahead.
Well, I think we just need a better look around because we don't know what their stores are like. what they can store, how they store it, whether or not it's going to be safe over the winter, what their farms look like, what kind of animals they are actually keeping, and what they need for shelter, because these huts are fine for now, but not for later and not for long term.
If any of that, though, is as good as their carpentry, I don't think they are going to have adequate farms. I don't think that their preservation of the food is going to be up to par to keep any of this stuff around.
So,
No, probably not.
So
But
have a
that's
look
why we
at
need
what
to look
defenses
before
they
we
have.
start trading.
Have a look at their defenses. Have a look at the farms. Talk to the craft people to judge competency beyond just what we see here.
Let's get out of here then, and let's have a look around, shall we?
Well,
Yeah.
I feel like part of the problem is that even if they are sitting on a large stockpile of, gold, but in order to trade long term, you need to provide as well as simply purchase. And if they're just completely using everything that they have right now, and as it seems they are, then they won't be able to send things out in order to get more things in, Money doesn't last forever.
I want to see what state their forge is in.
All right. So, all of you have generally found an amiable point for leaving the main hall. And as all of you walk out, you find Brandon from the caravan walking up. He smiles and meets you at a point, and there's still not many people in earshot, but it's a friendly chat. He says, "So, what's your first impressions?" He then turns around and leans back on the wall of the building and kind of stumbles a little bit as he feels it gives a little. But it still keeps him up, though.
They're mature and they have the will to survive.
From what we've seen, it's impressive for what it is, but they definitely need some help.
Yes, they do. I was just talking with a few of the kids. Turns out that they're going to be doing a large gathering session tomorrow morning. They were hoping that when we came that we would be able to help give them pointers or even walk around and help them look into parts of the woods that they haven't been to yet. They wanted to wait for us for safety. He smiles. Is that something that all of you can help with?
Yes, we can be the main event of their assembly.
Safety is something I can provide.
He smiles and says, "Good. That another good benefit of this is you'll be able to meet the half that are typically not in the town, and I'm getting the impression that from what was said by Gwen, that all of you are probably going to want to do a tour and get to know everybody." So he nods. "Is there something I can do to help out with your plans? Because at this point, as long as you guys are all able to help out around here, I have no directions other than do what you do."
We'll take it from here.
I'm curious, if you don't mind me asking a question. Like, are you able to speak in capacity of trade between here and Trudbar?
I can bring back a request. I'm as hired as you are, so I can't speak on behalf of your guild.
I feel like we are, though, aren't we? Like I kind of got that from the host, that he was like, he kind of wanted us to try and continue trade. So maybe we speak for that.
Well, just not ruin trade.
Yeah, don't ruin it. But I mean, yes, we plan to continue it if we can. I think we have the authority to do that.
He looks and says, "Well, I mean, that's guild business. I don't know." He smiles, unaware, but he says, "Well, I'll leave you to it." He points around, and it is at the Krakadana. After they get unloaded, he motions to the wagons as what now is a flurry of children. You see now elves and humans everywhere, taking them to what seems to be various the workshops up north, specifically to what you think is the place where a lot of the carpentry is happening, and some of the storages behind the main hall. So, and many of them, especially the wood, are being brought to the various entrances which makes you believe that the conversation about defenses, many of these boards are going to be used as part of that.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of rope. As all of it gets handled, Brandon gets called off by one of the members of the caravan, to which he returns. The dwarf who was friendly to you earlier. At which point you are all around and able to just start meeting people. The first thing, whatever you ask, there was a correction. It is later today. Retcon. I'm tired. I forgot you got there in the morning, not the evening. So later today, there will be a moment where they'll all be able to go out and do the things. Sorry about that. Let's see. I'm gonna do this now. Give me a moment as I bring you in. I don't know if you can see this yet, or if it's
It
all
is
black.
dark.
It is dark.
Nope.
I'll get you all taken care of
just
in a
black.
moment.
No vision.
It'll be a moment.
It'll be a moment.
Yeah.
I'm not afraid.
You're not afraid of the dark?
Hello?
Hello. All right. Configure. Sorry about that.
I was born here.
Save changes. Now you can see.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Thank God. I thought we were going to be in that bubble.
Yeah. So, this is a more direct and specific map. As you look around, there are many different people, and they have moved to many different spots. The caravan generally is where you are right now, the wagon up against the edge. You are being approached by two kids as the rest are working around, or it's finally moving to their own places, and they approach and are ready to speak with you. One of which you recognize is the small child, the fisher. Thoreen, walking up with a friend. There they are. This is my friend Lariel. Lariel smiles. Hello. Hi. You each
Hi.
optionally
Wave
introduce
brightly.
yourselves briefly. At which point Lariel looks up and says, "Hi. I heard that you would be able to help out with some things around here, and you needed a tour."
That is why we're here, yes.
Yes, definitely.
All right. Well, she starts looking around in various points. There are really just five main parts to the city. We'll go south first. And Thoreen waves and starts moving back towards the front and saying, I gotta go get fish for the day, so I'm gonna talk to you later. I will see you later, right? He looks concerned.
Thumbs up. He gets a bright thumbs up from me.
He smiles and he starts moving on, seeing the thumbs up. Liriel looks, if you follow me, and she walks to the south, motioning to what is a collection of triangular buildings, or lean-tos almost, all made together into a weird complex.
I will note, as Liriel has turned their back, and I'm kind of like stepping or flitting beside Lux, I will entirely silently just mouth with a raised eyebrow the word "city?" ?
Liriel points over to the collection. That is our housing for the elves, and such. We all get along well, don't get me wrong, but it's our culture to sleep separated, but we all get together, do together, and do well. She points to there. Then she points to the south. That right there is the storage for the elf for us. And she smiles. We try to split things evenly. Any questions?
I pull Banquaar aside and discreetly say to him, one of the things we've got to do during this assembly is give some instruction on just basic construction itself. The basics of construction. We've got to go over this with them. It would even suit them for one of us to stay here for a time to oversee a few buildings before they continue to make more. These are going to fall apart.
It's a
you
little
get
odd.
an emphatic nod throughout the entirety of that. It looks to my response to you would suggest that I, if given the opportunity, would have said exactly the same thing to you, almost word for word.
We could do this by looking at each other, and we kind of give each other a look.
Yeah, like I can even see at points where you might pause in a sentence, I continue, and then I'll pause, and you continue that back and forward type thing of two craftspeople that yup.
We got it.
Also, like up until this point, I've been like, even on the journey down, I'm like super cheerful, super happy. Like I'm almost hyperactive on like an ongoing basis, humming along, singing along. This is the most serious I've looked in the entire time since you've met me, and I'm not worried, but I'm concerned.
With all of you happening on that, Lariel noticed that you were doing this a little bit, but wasn't like interrupting. You were obviously speaking outside of her earshot, but you believe she's standing away and waiting for you, like waiting for people on a tour.
We were just sorry about that. Do continue.
She nods. Afterwards, she talks about the storage here for them and motions for you to follow her around. So
that means food storage?
Just an exchange of glances right as we move to Renard.
The personals for our portion of the community. She motions to the Elven house. So this is the storage for us.
Okay.
She then walks over. Here, she points to the multiple 3 children and eventual teenager at the distance. This is the farms that all of us are working on. At a glance, you have a good older teenager, probably a 5 to 6 year old, metaphorically speaking, a early tween age, and probably somewhere in between the tween age and the 6-year-old. So 3 children and a teenager working the farms.
What do we see that they're growing?
Various types of radish-like things, some lettuce-type things, a varying amount of vegetables over here, at least. And I will say, this looks, while the buildings don't look well, these look very well tended and very well done. You may be a little confused after looking at how abysmal Quellic was, but all of the rows are structured, everything is well tended, all of the, it seems like they're actually tilling the land. The farms look good. Lux, if you wish to do botany as well, I believe you as well, Vashana.
Yeah.
And by the way, remember that you can move your characters along so that I can get a general feel. So I can get a feel for where you are.
Well, my friends, take a look at this, at your gardening, which looks wonderful, by the way. I want you to know that if you guys have any needs about things you'd like to grow, perhaps establishing some trade with Travar, we could send you seeds to grow some of the things you'd like that you're having a hard time finding here.
Lariel smiles a little bit and leans back. Oh, well, we can definitely talk about trade. That is my role here, actually, as I am specifically, I am the one that has worked with trade myself, actually. She smiles, so I would welcome that conversation. I was hoping to talk to you about that. Or, well,
wonderful.
Someone. She nods and says, but we're doing what we can to get ahead. We're limited by seed stock right now. So it's just working the land and getting the bounty. That's what I'm being told, at least. She waves, and one of the kids even walks up, and she gives him a hug and a pat on the head. They don't say anything. They just kind of look at each other, and the kid goes back to work. She looks over and starts walking. It's at this point, by the way, Banquaar, I believe you have a relevant knowledge skill or such for farming, if I'm correct. You can roll it if you wish. But
I think mine was botany.
That's fine.
I've artisanal. I rolled a Ep3. It's
Gotcha.
like however it is they're doing stuff or whatever it is they're working here, this is not a standard or style of farming that I have ever been trained around. Or at least they're doing things at such a basic level compared to
Got it.
the people back in the main city that I'm just like, I don't know what they're doing here. Like, this
So-
is confusing. This doesn't make sense.
Vashana, Lux, both of you, I assume there's an obvious question I can ask, but what do you want to ask specifically about their crops with those rolls for your knowledge skill? Are they good, or do you want a more specific one?
Mostly, would this be adequate for the size of the settlement so far? Because it seems, at a glance, no. But
She and Vashana, you anyway, or just
Mine is more of the health of the crops, and not only that, but are there any pumpkins growing?
1, no pumpkins. 2, the health of the crops, all of which is good. And not only that, you can tell that they're good because of the efforts of the farmers. These are well tended, though. Bank said it perfectly. They are done in a way that you have not seen before. You have not seen this style of tilling. You haven't seen this style of the way that they organize their crops. It's not that it's unstandard. It just seems a bit odd. Not bad, just different.
But we're working, so maybe they could share that with us.
Now, Lux, your question, this is not enough, definitely. But what you do notice is, if you're following the patterns of what they're doing, they're actually, you can see more tilled land beyond that. It's just things aren't planted. So if what Lyriel said was true, they're already planning for the next crop to expand their seed stock. It's just the start period is what you're suspecting.
I will comment to Lux. It's like, is this something? Is it just me, or are they just like seeding or something? This all looks foreign to me.
Lux.
well, it's new.
There is one thing that you notice that Vashana doesn't, which is that this is a familiar style of planting for you. However, you haven't seen planting or heard planting of this except for like windling crops from the far northwest of Barsave. This is a windling style of planting.
Interesting.
You don't know if it's better or not, but you would like to believe it is. Lyriel is stepping ahead behind the building, by the way, moving off onto another set of plants. She starts calling them what they call rimweed, and it is very nutritious. It is its origination and such. She starts talking about it, and it's something native to the area that they found. So
Quick question: how sturdy is this particular building that we're right beside?
about the same as the other ones. They're not flimsy. They all have good interwoven logs and such.
Okay, so given my weight as a windling, this could quite readily take my weight, because I want a better overview of the area. I'll kind of like just glance at the guys beside me, sort of go, I want a better look at this, and I will just take flight and zip up and kind of like, I'm not sure I want to put my whole weight in it anyway, so I'll just kind of like, I'll like let it take my weight.
As if in response to your thoughts, you see the youngest, like 5-year-old suddenly just start running up one end of the roof, and across the top peak start running down the other end of the roof. So the kids can just outright run up one wall and go down the other.
Okay, and I probably weigh about the same as most of these kids.
So,
all right.
Lyriel
So
waits.
yep, I'll like flip up. I want a good like an actual like a bird's eye view of like the overall thing from up here and the way they've laid out their farms, so that Vashana and Luck seem to know more about this farming layout than I do. So if I can get a good overview from up top, I can maybe draw it out later or sketch it down or something.
Okay. Lariel is around the corner and just politely waiting for you all to catch up.
I'll wave to her as I'm having a look about, but yeah, I will thoroughly view, like, bird's eye style, even if I have to actually fly further up to do it, and then we'll come back down again before, like, the minute's up, because that's
she motions
energetic.
off to the east, and all of you are terrified at the way that they have worked this out. There is an actually adequately created wooden fence to hold in the animals. It's just half a pen. The other half of the quote-unquote pen is literally the cliff of the edge.
Sounds like the same material.
Oh,
This is not OSHA approved.
She starts talking about how they found some of these weird, almost squalid-looking cow-like creatures nearby. They're tame, and they seem to be doing well. So they have been told that from other people in the area that they are able to be bred and used as meat animals. So they're trying to see if that works.
What the hell are they?
I was gonna say, can I roll knowledge wild animals?
Yes, you can. They are called Genis. And
Jeez.
Really called Dennis.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep, there we go. Wild animals. They're called...
Let's hear about it.
That's a Guinness World Record for rolls.
Paul's like, yeah, let's go.
Yeah. Turn on the Discovery Channel here for me.
Okay, so they're called Genis. And generally speaking, they are a placid, faintly foolish-looking grass eater that resembles a large cow. They travel in herds, and though only small ones, surprisingly, and this is going into your knowledge, Renard, surprisingly, this gentle, slow-thinking creature destroyed every village and town in the ancient troll kingdom of Ulstrecht. In some areas of Barsave, Genis are used as meat animals. The prudent among Genis herders rid themselves of their herds every 10 years, if not more often, for it's almost impossible to tell which of the cow-like adults is a pregnant female.
With my knowledge of these, which seems to be vast, can I tell if this pen is going to work for this, and if this is like if this is adequate, or what these animals need that's not being provided here?
No, they have food. You don't see it here, but you do. The animal worker nearby, who introduces himself as Calvaryman, said, "Yeah, I believe that we'll be able to take care of him. I'm just waiting for water to come back. Another member of the community is off to get the morning fetch right now, so that's why the pail's not here." But
They don't need any shelter from the winter or anything?
If they do, we pull them into our home. And they motion back to the Elven living rooms.
Oh, I was just asking you. I was.
Oh, no,
Like
no,
what?
no. Sorry, but
Me.
that's how he responds.
Okay.
Yeah, if they do need shelter, he answers that question, because you would ask, "What do you do when they need shelter?" We'll just assume that.
Okay.
I don't want to startle the animals by flying, so I will actually wander up. I can't click while I'm mousing. Hold on. I'm going to wander up there, and actually I will walk up to the edge and have a look over and see how far down that is and how steep.
Varying amounts from what you've seen. It's very steep. It is a cliff face, which actually makes this much more defensible than it could be. But
I was more thinking for whether the animals could, in a flurry, want to escape down that way.
Oh yeah, they could
But
jump to their
defensible's
death.
good.
They could jump down. It's about, at varying points, a troll and a half to 2 trolls tall.
That's enough to break legs and kill them. Yep.
So, but
I will turn round and just give the guys in the group, or guys and girls in the group, I'll just give them a look of,
yeah. But, I mean, the animal tamer answers some varying questions. he is very aware that they are Guinness, and he talks about they've got to figure out how they want to handle them. They are both male, so there is no breeding that should go on between them. But their worry is that if there's a pregnant female nearby, how to handle it. Talking very, very understandably about the danger of these animals. So when it comes to at least the farms and the animal herding, it seems like they have some competence to there. That's at least the general first impression. So,
That didn't include properly fencing them off, but hey, that's
no,
the
sorry, like
carpenters.
it probably makes more sense to fence them off all the way around, but he doesn't talk about that, so it's obviously not a concern of his.
I'll straight ask him. It's like, so why didn't you fence them fully?
He looks back, says, the wood needed to go to our housing. We're going to finish this project later. We just don't have the materials.
I will look obviously relieved.
Mm-hmm. He do with what you can. He smiles.
Mm-hmm. The relief is palpably obvious on my face, and I'm not hiding it.
Lyria walks by, Lyria walks over here, pointing northward, and says, "This is one of our first things we purchased from you, a stove that is magically treated so that it's able to help and cook even with minimal wood." Pointing at the small girl in the way, Jenna, who you saw knock at the door. She is our cook. And in the distance, you see some leather hides and such treated on the wall and using the nearby heat to dry out. So there's someone doing tanning somewhere around here.
Also, her icon is noticeably pink. Is there a reason
color
for the
coding
difference?
for
Okay,
that.
cool.
She points to this storage room that she says is empty right now, but some people use it for quiet timeouts. She points off to some of the flowers that are in front, varying different things for herbalists, and she motions into the main hall that you were in earlier. At this time, as you walk by, you see both Thalarin and Gwendolyn and a third one in there talking. At this point, all of you are able to move around past all of the caravans and such.
Somebody sitting at a desk in there.
So as you walk forward and go up towards the workshops, she points out the first one, which is basically 4 poles, an overhang to make sure nothing rains down, but it's essentially a very large gazebo, and this is the only place with stone floors. This is what they consider their forge.
Fidget.
It is the very basics of what you would need, but at a glance, all of it seems well put together, and they even have a anvil. Lirio smiles and says, you were able to, the Benevolence was able to provide us with much of what we have here, so thank you for that. She motions up towards the smithy. Over here, this workshop is for generally all of our trades, but mostly our tailors and carpenters. And then she walks on. She points in. We alleviate ourselves in here, and then we have someone bag up all that we alleviate, and from there bring it over to the fields. And lastly, she
hold my nose in the way past.
Mm-hmm. She starts pointing out and walking towards a bunch of. This is where a lot of their wood has gone. Many of the here, I'll help move you. I'll catch you up if you want, but many of the wooden planks that are well made are here, spreading out hides, tanning, working with drying meat. She points and says, "This is where our tanners, hunters, and trappers bring the results and do what they can." I saw you, Lux. I'll get you there.
Wait, are they doing like the tanning of the hides and stuff like that right near their houses and stuff?
Yes.
Oh. Oh no. There's just a look of horror in my face, especially as you walk around and the smell hits. It's just like, oh no.
Yeah, it's got to stink.
You don't smell stink. It's odd.
That will
You would
confuse
expect
me.
that.
What about that place where they are alleviating themselves?
There's no real stink in there either. Generally speaking.
There has to be magic involved then. Can I
Really
shift and
good.
have a look? To
Yeah,
see
I
if there
was
are
gonna
any
say,
patterns?
Okay.
I'm astral sighting over here.
Okay.
Yup.
Go ahead. Roll astral sight. I do need to know what number it is, and remember you'll be taking strain for this, just so you know.
Yep.
Um,
I'm gonna
and-
use a karma, and also I didn't start with my max karma today.
Oh yeah, you can new rest definitely. Beforehand. Now, as she starts talking, as you do that, she does point out. You notice as you're going,
Jeez.
there are nice roll. I'll tell you exactly
Okay.
what it is soon.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's
for
a 6
both of
and
you.
oh my goodness!
Oh, so
Yeah.
close.
Okay,
Sure,
you get
show
all
me
the,
up.
You get
I see
all the
you.
details soon. The other thing that you notice is she is bringing up more and more of the different flowers and herbs and such. And you notice all of the herbal boxes are all very well crafted, and the wood, like these are actually well crafted. The material is good. So there's some things that are high quality and some things are abysmal quality. You can almost see the history of what buildings were created in what order. For example, this actually looks like a normal building, and it looks sturdy. So this house, which she calls the herbalist house, has people on the inside working on various plants. And she is about to turn and describe how the furs are, and this is where I go into the details for you two. Vashana, Bank, both of you see that the wood that is set up there is more complex than previous. But Vashana, you're able to turn around and notice that there is definitely inscriptions and magical enchantments in many of these. These boards were not just boards that were made here. They were probably crafted by someone skilled, you suspect, in Travar, and purchased here, which, for the varying amount of boards that you see coming up on the ground, you can tell this cost a small fortune just for this arrangement. You can glancing at this, you can almost see glimmers of what you would guess the signs would suggest another pattern interwoven with it, and it's probably summoned air elemental spirits assisting with the tanning.
Okay.
So,
And can I also take a peek into the area where they are,
yeah,
doing
no,
their
there's
business?
nothing you can see in there that seems to be explained.
Okay. Okay, that's interesting then.
They have a bucket of water in there, or a large basin of water. Maybe they wash their hands. Who knows? But
Well, that's good hygiene.
yeah. But generally speaking, Lyriel says that she obtained the boards and they have done wonders to help them get the hide necessary for them to create clothing, to prepare tools, for them to be able to create and craft armor. Varying different priorities.
Lyriel, if you don't mind my asking, how many of you are there here?
Oh, she looks at you a little hesitantly. I haven't actually counted, but probably 40? 30 to 40? She looks at you
Okay.
questioningly. Why do you ask?
Just so that we can decide whether, you have enough plants and crops, or whether you're doing well enough food-wise, things like that, just general.
She smiles. We don't have enough crops. We don't have enough
noticed
livestock.
that. Yeah, but we
but-
weren't exactly.
And she leans over and puts a hand gently on one of them. We have a very strong amount of us going out into the wilderness, hunting, and also our gardens. She smiles. Many people consider their gardens inside their village. She motions over towards the basket or the basins nearby with the plants. Ours are actually out in the forest because of the nature of how food is abundant in certain areas and sometimes the soil differences and such. Others know more than me, but with all of that combined, we're able to feed everyone. And we're doing our best to start stockpiling.
I'm a little worried about so many of you being out there in the forest. On the way here, we took note of some creatures, vast predators that would pounce on these gazelle and tear them wide open. I wonder if you've encountered them. I hope not.
She smiles. I haven't. Our hunters say that they have. She looks over at all the hides to see if she has an example. They have hunted many different creatures. I don't know if those are the ones they've experienced.
Can I see among those hides if we recognize that? Any of those as a creature?
Yeah, some of these are basic. You would say they're deer hide. One of which is what seems to be a very large, rigid, taut hide from something that has... you don't know what it is, but it is a much more strong, leathery hide. Something that would require some skill to defeat. So you see varying like 6 different creatures, and you would guess 4 of them are ones that are just easy prey hunt. The other 2 may have been a challenge.
But nothing that looks similar to what we saw on the way here?
No.
Or we already
No,
can't tell?
no, not at that. Nothing wolf-like.
Okay.
She nods. You can ask the hunters. She smiles. But
I'd love to talk to them as well, yes.
She smiles, moving past. At this point, a human walks up, waving at you as you all walk by. She points north, and I'm saying this for Banks' purpose, to the most bastardized collection of what seems to be 6 or 7 buildings into one. They just decided, you guess, if this is where the humans are sleeping, and you suspect that the general consensus is if they wanted to expand it, their best suggestion was just to expand it.
I'm probably... You know, I think where somebody is like, everyone's... I'm noticing that like the tokens are moving around me.
Mm-hmm.
Probably because I'm just standing, staring up at it with my mouth slightly agape. And it could be discerned as, wow, this is amazing. What's actually going through my head is, oh my god, why hasn't it fallen in and killed them all?
Yeah, I think as a dwarf who also has carpentry, I would be offended by this.
Well, you are equally offended and just a twinge amazed because it looks more sturdy than it should ever be. Like, it's not,
yeah.
You would guess it's not sturdy, but it somehow stands up.
My senses are stunned by the fact this exists.
Do we see any of those magic inscriptions inside this thing?
No, this is a varying amount of logs. They're not even cut down to planks. This is a weird, imagine a lean-to that is just like 2 sets of logs creating a sort of triangle base. Imagine 7 of those bastardized into one thing. In varying forms. And it's what they have. Lyriel, as both of you are looking at it, mouth agape, Lyriel just looks back. Yeah, I agree. And then as soon as that started, she just starts walking back. So that's our village. And she starts...
Right. Who's right next to me? Renard and Sivon. There will be a mutter under my breath that you two will like the cats because you're right next to it, which is just, Eras would murder me.
And she starts walking over to an example of an entrance. This is a slight hill leading from the... And I'll just move all of you here to make things easier.
I had a token collide.
So, this is an example where what seems to be well-made wooden spikes or wooden poles going down into the ground. And there seems to be it's almost 6 or 7 different ropes that are tied between them, creating an impromptu wall. Lyriel walks up to it, and she says, I know this isn't, well, good defense. It's what we got for now. And she leans over, pulling ropes above and below her, like a wrestler would stepping into the ring. And as she goes over it, you hear a echoing ching from all of the poles. And it's that point that the stones that were mentioned before happen to be coming back into your memory. There are devices on the poles that all simply chime as someone goes between them.
It's clever.
She looks, we don't have walls yet, but until then, make it hard for beasts or someone to walk in and make sure that we know they're coming. It's at this point that you glance around and you notice even the kids working at the farm immediately are looking as they hear the chime. So
everyone is trained to react to them?
Yes. Everyone from the nearby guard who is watching you, the animal tamer, you even notice the cook stop and look around to be sure. So Lyriel smiles. It takes a village. And then she starts moving back towards where the caravan is. And as she starts walking there and all of you start walking with, that you hear a chime from the front. And that's where we're going to go into our first break. It's about time if people need to stretch. So
okay,
we're on break time.
Want to get a drink then?
No problem.
I am both impressed and disturbed to my core.
I'll be right back as well.
No problem. Like, out of character, and as I was working on this on stream, I was saying, I hate myself for making this village, but I'm proud of myself for finding a way to make it that weird, bastardized thought of incredible efficiency that is nowhere near efficient. You know what I mean?
Yep. It hurts my soul, but it's also cool.
Yeah, no, like, the thing I will say, personally, that I'm proud of, like, on a total geek moment, walls made of rope. That's all I gotta say. Featured workable walls of rope.
Magic allows for cool stuff.
Just to be clear, since he hasn't said anything in a while, Davrek is present.
Okay.
This whole process. I just want to... He hasn't had anything to chime in and say. It's just... Yeah, it looks nice buildings, kids.
Yeah. So,
cool rope.
It hasn't fallen over yet. Well done.
Dude, Crafty Geek, I'm glad you're here, by the way. And everyone else hanging out, hello. If you have any questions, now it's not a bad time while people are going to the bathroom. Again, I am going to signal boost another thing. I have a dream, and what would be really cool for me is if this dream were to come true. I work a lot of my campaigns, and I'm working harder than I normally do in the early portion of it, because when I make a adventure, I'm building an entire point to possibly return to in the future and evolve. So there's a lot of work and side stories and interesting comments and such, and even parts that all of you can join in and chat or ask questions about. So that's our Discord if you want to be a part of it. And maybe even get pings when it goes live, or YouTube videos or stuff like that. There. I did my shill. I'm done. So. Let's see. Curious, what platform are you using for the map display? They are created in 3 different tools. Then some parts of it are in Photoshop to create the maps. The virtual tabletop is called Foundry. Within the Earthdawn Foundry Virtual Tabletop, or Foundry VTT. And, yeah. The overlay is developed by me, custom coded. So there's some parts of it that are coming together and showing on screen that are a little bit different. But yeah, Foundry is probably the answer to your question. That tour took longer than I expected, but yeah, I
We
didn't
garnered
actually
so
plan.
much information from it, though.
But the thing is, I didn't even plan on the tour, and I'm like, no, it makes sense. So I'm like, I'll just pull this one out, and we'll walk you through it. So, yeah, that's sad. Do. Do you want to know what's the most, the longest time that it took to even do this part?
Sure.
There's a character for every member of the village.
Yep. I assume you, like, actually, due to interaction stuff, you actually created characters for them all?
Yep.
Yep.
I looked at it this way. If they're not relevant this time and you guys return here, they'll be relevant then. What? Wait, what did that say?
Huh? Who did what?
I am asking that because that was a bigger thumpier thump. I'm waiting for my feed to come up.
Yep. Didn't hear anything from this side.
Yeah. No, that was just... Oh my god. Mecca, thank you for throwing a large portion of into the Earthdawn support fund, man. That's awesome. Some of this is going to go to my kid who wants Taco Bell. And then I guess I'm going to buy a few of the other books for that. Thank you. That was a girthy amount of support.
I'm back whenever.
Okay. I think Sivan Bear maybe still be in the bathroom. Let's see.
NPCs?
Yeah, no. Dooba-dooba-doo. Now, DP, just a question, and we can ask this out of character. In fact, I could ask this for everybody, because this can go so many different ways. And I'm going to ask... my intent in asking this means that I am allowed to bring the right assets into play for how the story will proceed next. Are you going... it sounds like you're going to... It sounds like you're going to focus more on the defense, the food. Like, where do you all feel the priorities? Because you can all generally talk to each other as you're walking towards the front. So I'm kind of curious where that direction is going to go.
My thoughts were that some of us would be better at certain things than others.
Okay.
And,
yeah.
And for us to focus on the thing that we thought our character could best help them with.
Okay. That I predicted could be the case. The only question I have is I know I had a let's try not to split the group too much, but if we do for that, if we want to do something like that, which organically makes sense, the only encouragement I can say outside of the in-character point is that if we're split up, let's try and make them a little bit more brief than they could be, because I don't want to take all night split up. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, be a little bit more efficient on it. So.
Well, I was going to see what happened after the meeting.
Okay.
Yeah. The only other thing Vashana would want to do is she would want to try to commune with some of the night flyers later tonight to see what is actually around the immediate area, whether that can be something that they hunt or can hunt, something that they should be aware of is out there. Just general stuff like that the Night Flyers would know about that they wouldn't, to try and get some information for them that way.
There will be opportunities and such like that. As we're approaching the front, before we restart, I do want to let you know, to be clear, we are about mid-morning at this point. So I'm going to be going into my usual chunking apart the daytime periods to help clear up and make things move forward. Again, mid-morning of the first day.
And how many days are we here again? I'm sorry.
It is estimated you will be here for 3 total in-game days. So you are still at the beginning of the first day, but you will be able to push forward with things a little more directly.
Okay.
Ready to restart? Everybody here?
Yep.
I think I heard Joy and Marathi, right?
I'm here.
Cool. Marathi?
Nope.
He might be muted.
I don't think so. I think he's just not here.
And that's why I'm double checking.
I'm back.
Hey,
There he
we're
is.
good. Okay.
Sorry, that was just I heard noise from the other room. You guys were talking. I had to go and check the little one there.
Nothing
She's good.
wrong with that. That's why I double checked. So, back to the adventure. As all of you are walked across to the main point, and as the caravan is being no longer being pulled apart by kids, mostly going back to where they were, you start noticing a large portion of individuals, and don't mind them as they magically teleport in front of your eyes, or not. A large portion of them are putting in many of the parts and such of the new planks of wood and the new traveling stones, getting rows of 4 or 5 or 6 rope set up all around them up here at the northern entrance, or at the northern hill. Lariel smiles as another chime goes down as they're having troubles putting them in the right place, but they're working to install them. And she smiles. That's going to feel a lot better.
Is there any way to see what they're doing, tell if they're doing anything right/wrong, and at this point, maybe alongside Renard, give them hints as to easier, better ways to do what they're doing? Process
as you're
help.
glancing and looking, this is the task that seems to be working. It seems like something they have done before, and you notice 2 people from the actual caravan helping them set this up and direct.
Okay.
So this apparently was one of the things that they were to come here for, was to get all of the stones in place, is what it looks like. Though you didn't know about the stones. What was that?
Lift with your legs.
Immediately, 2 of the nearby kids start smiling and then start doing what they can to lift with their legs. The young child, probably 8 or 9, and I'm going to use those metaphorically for their human age equivalents, starts going over and trying to lift up a nearby female with his legs. It's just a cute little point where the little kid's trying to pick up the larger teenager. Others are clapping, and it's created an absolute scene, among all of which suddenly kids are now running around, and it's almost like a playground in front of you. As all of this is happening, the dwarf who was friendly to you earlier just simply sighs, rolls his eyes in a fun way, and then just looks back over at Renard like, really?
Did you have to start that?
Back to work.
At which point, all of them start shuffling and trying to go back to work and such, except for the 8-year-old looking one, still trying to lift up the girl. All
right, this is something I can help out with. I think the tour is over. Is that right?
Lariel nods. Yes.
All right, great. I'm gonna go pick stuff up and put it down, guys.
So you're going to go help with the planks and such?
Yep.
All right, so as you approach, everybody, like one kid just falls over as you get close and just stares up at you. It's at this moment you realize you are 4 times their height.
Yeah, I expected that. I crack my knuckles too as I approach.
Hey, Dav. Hey, Dav. You're such a troll, dude.
Thank you. What?
Lariel,
Be nice, Dav.
Lariel looks back at all of you. Is there anyone that you need me to help with, or will you all want to go on your own?
I think we're good to just watch and look and help as we see fit for now. If you need us for anything, come holler.
She smiles and nods. Okay. Then in that case, she starts moving towards the Great Hall. And going in. You did hear as you were walking by familiar voices of the elders in there as you walked by. So
I'd like to get over to that Great Hall or follow her.
okay. So Renard, you're going to the Great Hall. Lux, what are you going to do?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go to the Great Hall too. I have a couple questions.
Got it. Vashana, where are you going to go about? Lulu is about in one of the nearby trees. You could probably find them if you want, but or go to other parts of the area.
Okay, would I be able to talk to the Night Flyers now?
No.
Okay, that's what I
because
figured.
It's mid-morning, so that makes
Yeah,
sense.
I figured they'd be sleeping, but I'd ask anyway.
After dark.
I kind of want to go to the Great Hall too.
Okay.
Just to kind of see what they get, but I also want to spend time with Lulu. There'll be time after. I'll go to the Great Hall because I kind of want to be nosy.
All right, that's fine. I'm going to move all of you into the Great Hall as all of you approach. After you're in, just go to the place that all of you would like to go to organically. As you enter, you are seeing another elf at the table alongside Gwendolyn and Thalarin. In the other corner, where a bunch of books and papers sit on 2 homemade crates, one of which noticeably better than the other one. And Lariel now talking to the small elven boy. They're about the same age and such. So, as you walk in, Thalarin is talking to the other elf, and Gwendolyn stops and greets you. Ah, how was the tour?
It was most helpful. It was most helpful. We came following Liriel because we still have some questions.
Okay. Yeah, we can all help. Oh, this is Aretha. Aretha is our primary herbalist and also our 3rd elder.
It's very nice to meet you.
Aretha just nods very politely. She is probably one of the oldest ones that you've seen in the entire village, and Aretha stands up to wave, and that's when you notice it. She's pregnant.
Is she human?
She is elf. By the way, notice if it has the green border, they are an elf. If it has the blue border, they are human.
Oh, excellent.
And their varying sizes define their age. So smaller is younger. So she nods and smiles. She does not saying much, but Gwendolyn looks up. How can we help you? And Thalarin just looks back smiling.
Well, first of all, I was wondering, do you have a set of rules, or do you have an organization, a bit of a commandments, or things that you try to abide that everyone tries to follow?
She nods. That's more. She looks over. Yeah, we do have rules. We have our. We should call them laws, and they're treated as laws, but no one has broken them yet, so we haven't had to enforce them yet.
Are they written down?
Well, that's something that we are working on right now. We don't have much supply of paper, and we haven't been able to get it yet. He looks over in the corner. Nimue, our scholar, has been working with what we've got. We've actually taken some books that we no longer need, and we're writing over them in order to get some knowledge down and such. But and Nimue almost your vocal noise, Vashana. Nimue looks at you with a look of shame. Thalarin says, but everyone has an understanding. It's something we've all lived with our entire lives.
May I see what these books are that they are using? Like, what is the knowledge contained in them?
All of the books don't have any writings on the outside. They seem to be leather-bound and private, as if they were just personal journals or something written. There is one book in the pile that looks exquisite and made well, but you are not able to get close enough to even look at it. Other than that, it's mostly scrolls, scribbles, writings. Some of the writings you can see are notes and inventory lists. You would guess the supplies of the town and stuff like that. Seems to be just record keeping.
These records would be of some value to our library in Travar. And we have books and scrolls there that might be of some value to you as well. We could also arrange for parchment to be delivered here.
He smiles. Thalarin. Yeah, those we're not giving away, or we're not going to dedicate elsewhere. We are using them to ensure how on track we are to see if we'll do well in the winter. That's our own inventory of our supplies, our food, or our priorities.
Would you be opposed to us copying them, though, for our own references?
He shakes his head. That's for our village. Maybe later, but right now, we don't really. Gwendolyn jumps in at this point. We don't. We appreciate the thought and that, but our way is more. If it's ours, we keep it.
Oh, of course. We've just learned together, that it's easy if we know about each other, what our needs would be.
Mm-hmm.
So keeping records of some of your neighbors, but we don't need everything. We're just general things we were wondering about.
Aretha speaks up. I think it would be nice if we kept records of who we are elsewhere than us, because we could be remembered. She gently places her hand on her belly. You can almost see that she's more talking about her soon-to-be child than herself. It would be... I think it's not a bad idea, but she looks up. Mr. Shortman, I hope that's not offensive. She suddenly squints her face as if she's almost offended you. There is some privacy that we have, but maybe a record of who we are is fine.
Yes, we want you to keep your secrets. We don't need anything you don't want to share. I was just speaking of general knowledge.
She nods. Gwen looks... We've met. You and your caravan.
That may be true for now, but we are worried that you will encounter others, and some of them might not be as helpful as we are.
She nods. That's my concern about sharing our information. There's a slight silence after this comment, as it becomes very prevalent as you can look on her face. They're obviously grateful that all of you are friendly. At least you seem friendly. But I think that it becomes obvious that the thought of non-friendly individuals is just as prevalent as all of you being friendly. So all three of them look over at you. So what would you like to do to help us? Right now, we are looking at sending out a gathering group, which would help from your expertise and protection. maybe even scout up and pipes up. We're working with our defenses right now. As you hear, chime, chime. And, I mean, if you would help with that, making sure that we're good on that and getting materials for that, that would be great. And then, Aretha comes up. Honestly, just a little bit of, a little bit of teaching on how to improve our ways would be what I would prefer. It's not about getting more materials, but how to use it better.
Sure.
And all three of them look at you, and you suddenly realize there are 3 different requests, and your time is limited.
What we'd like to do is gather those, for example, who are building or working with the wood, carpenters, stonemasons, and such. Those of you who that work with that could speak specifically with myself or with Banquaar, and we could give an instruction to that group. Those of you who are attending the gardens and crops, perhaps Vashana or Lux would be able to inform them on what they might be able to do better, or however we might be able to help you. But we have limited time here, so we'd like to try and address your most important needs first. And you did say food supply was a big one.
Gwendolyn straightens up, smiling when you mention that. Thalarin doesn't seem keen on that. Yes, that's actually what I'm most worried about. If we don't scout out more land and do so safely, we might not be able to continue getting the food that we are doing right now.
And Thalarin, what is it that you would focus on, if I may?
He looks up. You're great warriors. Your training for our guards and even the rest of our city would be great to help us defend ourselves if someone or something were to come.
Great. So those are 2 separate people. So we would want perhaps Davrik to instruct some of your warriors or hunters in fighting, if that's what we're talking about. And then as far as food supply, maybe a couple of us others can help you meet those needs.
Thalarin interrupts. If we were to get your expertise, I don't think it would be good just to have our guards, but even our people going out in the woods to learn that. And Gwendolyn reports, and if you do that, then you won't be able to help them with the learning in the woods. Suddenly it comes into the conundrum of, it's not about the time you have, it's the time that their people have. They both look. One thing we know is that we're grateful for your help. We just, while we can split up, we're worried whatever the task is, it's probably going to be something we're going to be prioritizing for the entire village. This seems...
So if I'm hearing them right, they want to they're trying to get everybody to focus on one thing?
Kinda. The conundrum, I'm not explaining it in character well, so I'm explaining it out of character. The people they would like to train is not only the guards, but all of the people going in the woods.
Like the scouts and the hunters too.
Yep. So if you take them out on teaching them how to scout and get more materials, they will not have the necessary time to also learn how to better defend themselves. So it sounds like you've got an opportunity to split where the guards and other members of the city will be able to help, but maybe not the ones going out. There's a good compromise where everybody gets something. But one of the factions in front of you is vying to try and get everyone to be more defense focused.
I think what we want to do then, if you trust us to make a decision on it, let's teach you how to defend yourselves first. You can always get more food from Travar. We can send you food and you'll have food. Don't worry about going hungry. But if you will need to be able to defend your food. I think it's a priority.
Thalarin smiles and pounds his fist onto the table. Go on, Lux.
I think that is a good priority, but still being able to know about the wilderness around is pretty important as well.
Indeed.
You would rather have them learn about the wilderness than how to defend themselves?
Realistically, both.
Right, but we're gonna have to choose one. I think defending themselves should be the utmost priority. We can, of course, get them food for Travar to make it through the winter, and then we can teach them whatever we need to teach them about hunting and gathering in the wilderness. But if they can't defend themselves, they could be in trouble come winter.
While all this conversation is happening, just a quick aside. Hey, Davrak, are you okay with kids climbing up on you?
Oh, yeah, totally.
Okay, just checking. Just imagine what's happening in the background. Bank, what are you doing up there quickly? General intent.
Chortling at our new troll climbing frame.
Okay.
And I've just gone up to. We kind of like skipped past them during the. No, I know it was like the person that was giving us the tour just kind of like waved, "Hi, these are people." Blah blah blah. Past. I'm going back up to meet their smiths, and their toolsmiths and stuff like that, and see how well they're putting to use and what. I'm assuming it's decent quality stuff they were sent, given how much we were told these people had by way of ability to buy, or how many funds they had available. So I'm assuming the quality is good of equipment. I just want to see how well they're making use of it and how proficiently they are making sure that they're taking good care of it. You know, like keeping the quality high, keeping it well.
So you're working with them to just check the quality, get the status, and help, and just you're basically jumping into the Smith circle, right?
Yeah, and at the same time, I am trying to like wheedle slightly for information as to how things are going and direction they're going for what next. How they're getting their, you know, like the ores or the metals and stuff they're working with. And basically just information delving and helping them ensure that like their equipment is up to spec. If I have to like get, you know, like elbow deep in helping them like repair some of their equipment here, I'll happily do it.
Okay. Then I'll let you. That's what's happening. Davrak, you are actively trying to help out with the front defenses, and doing so has completely distracted all of the kids.
Not the horns. Stay away from the horns.
That said, you're doing more work with them crawling all over you simultaneously than all of them were doing together, including
this is the expectation.
Yeah, it's just the nature of your size and ability. So you're holding it up while the other members of the caravan are securing and putting the stones in the right place, such like that. You are becoming from the thing to be feared to the thing to be adored, all in this little interaction. Now, meanwhile, back into the main hall. Lux and Renard, you were discussing the options in front or with the elders. They're letting you speak and trying not to interrupt you.
I think learning to defend is very important, but the skills for going out and surviving, they're going to need those because they're doing that anyway. Like going and scouting out and looking for new food. So it's like, which side do we want to bolster the most? Because defense is important, but I am not really a weapon master to be teaching that. Wilderness survival and how to scout around, I can do that more. I guess I can help with some basic techniques, but I really only know how to use my spear, and I don't think anybody here knows how to use a bola, really.
With you saying it, Aretha looks over at them. Why haven't we made spears? At which point you notice a absolutely dumbfounded look between all three elders happen just from you saying that.
Defenses it is.
And the problem is, I also would not be able to help out that much. I tend to rely more on my spells. It is a little shameful of me to say, but I do not know how to wield any weapon outside of a knife or a dagger.
I turn to them.
Do you have anyone here who practices the art of magic?
What kind? No, but kind of, but no. Aretha is taking the lead on this conversation. We have two individuals that we could introduce you to. Well, I mean, I'm an herbalist and such, and that's kind of like magic, but not. We have someone who is trying to learn the way of their parents, but they're trying to learn it from scratch without any guidance.
And what magic did their parents know?
Oh, they were fern weavers.
What the hell's a fern weaver?
You hear Thalaran and Gwendolyn both sigh as you say that. At which point you manage to hear Thalaran, because he's so close, saying, "That's what I said." But then Aretha says, there are magical ways that they were able to create armor that was living even on top of you.
Oh, and I will gesture to the corset that I'm wearing. That is a fern weave.
As soon as you do that, Thalaran looks at you a little bit stunned. Gwendolyn starts laughing out loud and says, "See?" And it just, all of a sudden, Aretha just starts giggling and laughing. That is. I haven't seen that for years. Yes, that.
Okay, well, everything we're talking about right now has to do with defense. So let's focus on defense. Let's get this place defensible. Let's work on defense.
Then Thalaran smiles. So I win?
There's no winners and no losers. We're all learning together. Now, here's what we can do. Dude, you haven't made any spears. Let's start making spears. Let's start making shovels. We're going to start digging some trenches.
Well, Gwendolyn holds up. Well, we've got shovels. We just don't have spears.
Well, we'll make spears, but let's grab these shovels then, and we'll get to work.
Okay. The plan starts to go into place where everybody starts splitting out apart and getting a group of people together. All of you walk outside, leaving Lariel and Nimue in the inside talking about some papers that they were working on.
Oh, I was going to say, before, as we're leaving, can I give them, a few spare pieces of paper out of this orc's journal I have? I'm sure it's not all filled. I'm sure in the back there's, a good couple pieces of paper.
There are exactly 3 more pages that you could take out.
Okay, I will very carefully with my knife cut out those 3 pages so I don't mess with the binding or the book doesn't start to fall apart or anything like that.
So,
but I will take those and I will give them to them, and I'll say, write small and make it last. Write small and make it last.
Lariel takes it on Nimue's behalf and says, "Thank you." And as you're walking away, Nimue's like, "Oh, isn't that great?" She says, "Not yet. After you've been a good boy." And he starts sighing. And that's as you leave. As all of you walk out, the first thing you see is Mount Dravrak. Kids are all over him.
Newport Shadow Crash.
Actually, hold on. Token,
kids
writable.
just all over me, and I've got armfuls of big posts. I'm just
yeah,
stomping over kids holding on to me.
Yeah, you just have kids mounting you and mounting you and mounting you and mounting you.
You kids let the troll work. It's dangerous to be on top of him like that. He could crush you on accident.
Yeah, no, they don't
You
care.
require Renard. This is the best workout I've had all week.
Yeah, no, you've just got kids mounting you and mounting you, just climbing all over.
Oh my
you.
goodness, he's a new boss. He's a children's boss monster for Shadow of the Colossus.
Yeah,
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, the kids are just having a good time with you.
Never mind then, children. See what you can fit in his ear.
Oh
Wait,
no.
no.
Yeah, the kids are having a great time. Meanwhile, as all of that is happening, one of the kids walks up. He introduces himself as Lucas, the one you met at the gate, and he looks over. So, what's happening today? And immediately, immediately Gwendolyn just starts hiking a thumb over to Thalarin, who looks absolutely like he's on cloud 9. He says, "Start gathering people. We will have a training session." At which point Lucas smiles and starts going all about. As all of you are moving past, you notice that at least this entrance is now set up with ropes and whatnot. And all of you move up to see literally Bank in the middle of here and saying various things, asking questions, and he is among his people as he is talking to all of them about working with metalsmithing, this, that, and the other thing. Bank, your group and what seems to be the elders, you suspect 2 elders and a friend, are walking up. As you look over,
whatever hand I'm holding, the little like hunk of metal or something, I will probably like idly wave to them as I continue like hyperactive conversation.
The main elf elder walks right on up. Spears?
I will pause.
Spears?
My eyes will light up. Yeah.
Good. At which point he walks away, and all 3 of them start ignoring what you were saying and just start grabbing random materials, one of which going next door to grab wood. Apparently, that's all they need to hear is spears. In fact, you realize they don't really talk all that much.
Yep. I will kind of like holler over my shoulder. The elder looks like she walked away again, so I'll like probably go to speak, pause, look at Renard. How many?
It sounds like they have 30 to 40 people in the village, so I guess use your best judgment on how many they should have.
How many are combat capable now, and how many are likely?
Let's assume anyone could use them. Let's assume that even these young children are going to need something.
Good to have spares. We're training.
I'll kind of like...
Sparring spears would probably also be a good thing to invest in as well. And something not so pointy.
You don't even need us to work on that. Just get some cloth, get some like leather padding or something like that, stick them on the end of like a staff or a pole. That's your training spears.
So...
Right, you could get the woodsmiths or even like a tailor or something to make them up. You just need to make sure that the leather binding on the end's solid so that the stick doesn't push through.
Gotcha.
I'll say make 20 at least.
I'll nod.
Side note, Davrak, would you be kind enough to roll dexterity? I'm just, in fact, roll it 3 different times, and we'll use those as generally the feel of how well you did on the 3 pulls.
Dexterity. Okay, I wanted to talk to you about this.
Okay, what's up?
Sky Raider half magic is partially used for upkeep, repair, and building of smaller airships.
Oh. You know what? I'll let you flex half magic on this. I'm totally fine with that.
Nice.
I'm good with
Can that. Be
That's
half
a good
magic
argument.
Strength?
Yeah, the half magic strength is fine on that one.
Heck yeah, watch this. Now watch this drive.
I figure you have been working with the kids for a while. I may as well give you something.
No, damn.
That's still acceptable. 2 more.
Okay.
So, they all look at Renard Lux and Vashana, as they're looking for the next things to do. So we have the spears.
We
10.
want shovels. We're going to start digging trenches, pitfalls, and traps. Lux, Vashana, do you know how to make snares? They have a lot of rope here.
I do not.
I might. What does wilderness survival entail?
You would be able to do that as part of your trapping.
Okay. Then yes, I do know how to do that.
Let's get snares set up around this place. Let's dig some pitfalls and traps, blanket those with ferns, create the illusion that the ground is solid, but woof, you fall through and down you go, right?
All right. So, I
have one question, and this is just a general, I guess, lore question. How does one learn to, like, how do they figure out how spell casting, basically? Do you just find a teacher and you learn from that, or does it awaken somehow? Can you tell whether or not somebody is going to have the talent for that, etc., etc.?
Nope. Well, I mean, there are story reasons to say this or that or whatever, but that's usually after the case. Typically, you would be taught how to weave magic or anything like that from an apprenticeship that could sometimes last for years. But sometimes it could be a spontaneous initiation. At this point, any other questions regarding that?
No. I do want to meet this person trying to be a fern weaver, though.
Okay.
Mainly to see if I can look through the astral to see if they are, like, pulling threads and how they are doing it, and maybe kind of give them a helping hand in. I know it's a different type of thread weaving than what I use, but maybe just some general information to kind of help that along, because that is going to be armor and that is going to be defenses, and I know that is something that I can help with.
Okay.
In some way.
In that case, go ahead and let them know that you'll be leaving if you want. And what do you say before you leave?
I think it would be best if I helped out that potential future fern weaver with their weaving, so to speak. I'm not very good at digging or making snares. My talents lie in tea and spells and research. If that is acceptable to the rest of you.
Yes, sounds good.
Aretha agrees with you and nods and says she'd join you.
Okay.
And we'll take this for a second and then go back to the main. As you walk up, you are introduced to two people who were there and now a third one. Delilah, who's the one that's working to learn fern weaving, a timid, just rather voluptuous individual who is just simply smiling and happy and joyous. Her apprentice of both Aretha and them, Eliza, a small, what would you guess to be not even past maybe a 5 or 6 year old, who's doing their best to try and learn. And Aravorn, who calls themselves a mystic. They don't know how to cast spells or anything. They just simply can understand and or read magic, is what they claim. You don't know how truthful that is, but it's what he calls himself, a mystic, and he's able to, quote-unquote, see some of the signs in the forest.
Okay.
So you start talking about the fern weave with them. You also help assist them with not only that, but your knowledge of botany is really helpful as you start exploring and talking to them about ways to work with the plants and herbs nearby. So,
okay.
Yep, you're in one of their largest huts, by the way. Enjoy.
Okay. Real fast, can I astral sight to see if... Because everybody has a pattern, though, don't they?
Yeah,
It's not just...
and as you look at all of their patterns, there is not... I mean, when you see an adept, you can see a definite higher complexity and weaving in the pattern that's around them. The more their story is developed, the more complex their pattern is. And what you notice with the kids around here is, while they are definitely mundane, their patterns are more complex than what you've seen of kids their age. And it's just a pure opinion thing. You can't turn around and say these are 52% more heroic kids, but this implies that there's just something a little bit more fascinating about the stuff they've been through. That's at least the way you interpret it, even if it's completely incorrect.
Okay.
All right. Meanwhile, back here, Renard, people are now smashing together and doing what they can to work. The nearby carpenters are working on spears and figuring it out, and the bank is giving direction on all of them how to start with that. Lux, all of the ropes, you're just waiting your opportunity to talk about the ropes. But generally, I can say that this day is spent working on priorities of defense. Agreed?
Yeah.
Sure. Do I need to roll anything?
No, I'm not going to let you roll. I'm just saying you succeed, and you succeed well. You are trained.
Yay.
So how do you want to approach? Do you just want to make the snares, teach the snares?
I want to teach them how to make little snares and little traps and things like that, so that they can use that knowledge like when they go hunting too, and not just for this kind of stuff, but the difference between making one for, like, say, a hare versus for like something bigger, that kind of stuff.
Got it. So you're introduced to the hunters, the gatherers, all of you are. The hunters, the gatherers, the trappers, and also the seamstress/tailors. The carpenters would join you, but they're too busy working on spears. And you start giving them pointers. It's through this interaction you find out that one of the trappers is indeed competent. So you find yourself innately teaching them more so that they can teach the rest more. They were the one that's been teaching everyone everything on that. Outside of Gwendolyn, who's just really good at kind of being moving around and quiet. It's at this point that you find quietly in the corner of the area that one person is making they are making snares at a rate of 2 or 3 times faster than anyone else. And they're doing it right, and they aren't even listening to your directions. A toddler named Reed.
Toddler?
A toddler. They couldn't even be 4 years old, and they're
What?
just doing it.
Can I get a closer look at that?
Yes, you can. How do you want to take a closer look?
Just really, like, as I'm walking around watching people do stuff, I'm gonna take a closer look at that one. Just be like, well, somebody's done this before.
He just ignores you. He is a human that is smaller than you, which, by the way, is fun for you to even fathom and work with. Okay? And he is working with it at a speed of it just clicks. It just outright clicks. And it's at this moment, you're just inspired to look at them in astral space just because it makes sense. And through your astral sensing, you actually think this toddler is an adept.
Sweet. I don't get to know what kind, do I?
No, but
talent, yeah.
no, but you would suspect something that would make snares? It doesn't make sense, but their pattern is outright complex. It is vibrant. Not as vibrant. Like, you look over at Renard, and it's not as vibrant as Renard's. But then you look back at this toddler, and this toddler is just gets it. And it's at this point that you think that whatever is the innate magic, it's probably pulling from the magic and experience of others that before him.
You don't see that every day. Definitely keep an eye on this one. He's got some real talent.
So, as the conversations go forward, you're teaching more snares. Renard, how do you approach your contributions to the town today? And this is the remainder of day 1.
I would have Renard gather, as many as he could, and kind of set out around the perimeter of this place and talk to them about what they see if they were going to attack.
If you guys were going to attack this village, how would you do it? Take a look. Where do you think you would go to? What part of it?
Mm-hmm.
Are there any trails or roads leading easily into your village? See, what we're going to have to do is imagine ourselves as a threat and see where we would come from. And then we take that and we dig some trenches there, some pitfalls there. We're going to need paths back to the village that we'll be able to communicate with the others to show them exactly where they can walk safely and where raiders cannot. And we'll mark those territories.
Gotcha.
We're going to dig some trenches here.
So your first day is going to be planning out trenches to be dug. The shovels are gathered easily.
Yeah, planning that.
Okay. And you take a group of them to try and, it seems like coaching them to think like a raider.
This is some Seven Samurai shit, Jack.
I see.
We're looking, where are they going to come from? How are they going to get in here? And when they get in there, yeah, it's opening up the village to that, directing them and steering them back out. Exactly.
Got it. Davrak, what are you doing so far for the rest of the day?
I'm putting up this fucking fence until it doesn't need put up no more.
Okay, so this one's done, but there's plenty of boards and ropes intended for the rest of the entrances. So
yeah, if I can get there, if I can get their week's job done in like 3 hours, I'm gonna do it.
All right, then you will be running around you are literally becoming a pillar of the child community trying to climb up Mount Davrak.
Sure.
Yep. So there you go. You are now actually a small little group.
At one point, if the party checks in on me, they see me like on my knees, and there's a bunch of kids surrounding me, and I'm like, "Go on, hit me! I promise it won't even hurt." There's kids just like punching me, trying to hurt me, and none of them can even get through my armor.
Dude, okay.
Literal pillar. Yeah.
Come on, kids! I bang on my chest.
Okay.
You can do a lot more than that.
If you wish, you can roll a D6, a D8, or a D10 and take that much damage for the entire day's worth of abuse. It's all up to you. I'll let you have fun with that.
Sure. How do I just roll a die?
At the
I'm
bottom,
gonna warn you, though, there's some toddlers out here that could pack quite a wallop. We don't know.
We'll see.
Down right above where you can type, there's a die that you can click on to roll step.
Got it.
Yep. And you'll have to add it manually if you want. So there we are. Now, that said, Bank, I assume you're just doing weaponsmithy things.
Yeah. One thing I would actually like to do specifically is, as much as I'm guiding and helping them craft better, craft more, I would also like, even as an example for them to go off, I would like to craft at least one spear myself, specifically for whatever that leader guy was called, Than or Thal or something. I'd like to craft him a spear.
Gotcha. Okay.
Because he's one of the elders, he's one of the leaders. Like, if nothing else, he should have the best, or at least the sturdiest spear, I guess. I'm not saying that to anyone. Like, I don't want to put him up on my pedestal, because all the kids seem to make a big deal out of working together, and it definitely they seem to have the camaraderie collective community thing going. I don't want to upset that, but I want to make a spear for him that is the basis for the rest of their spears.
Gotcha. So we will actually, I'm going to borrow from the downtime mechanic then. Each of you, just tell me what you're going to roll for your day's results from a skill that you feel is very much in line with the downtime. I would even give you 2 rolls because many of you are doing varying approaches. So, for example, Renard, you're doing both the coaching and such at the same time trying to find good spots for the holes that would need to be dug. So you could go 2 separate competent rolls for that.
Okay.
Just let me know what you're rolling just so I can give the obligatory GM thumbs up. Let's start with you, Vashana, because yours are straightforward. How are you going to approach it?
So I was actually looking at this, and I'm assuming the mystic saying he can see the magic is him using pattern craft in some way, because that allows people to read magic or something like that from what I read in the description.
That's your guess.
Yeah. I also want to teach them the basics of thread weaving.
That you won't be able to do. That you will not be able to teach them a talent.
Okay.
But for today, your teaching of them, for what you're intending, think of it like downtime. Figure out 2 different roles that you feel would match, or 1 role you would like to do twice. Okay? It sounds like you need a moment to think on that, so I'm going to go back over to Davrik. What are you going to do for your approach?
I figured I'd just try and do more half magic. If that's
Good
okay.
enough. If you want to do 2 of those, that would make sense.
By the way, I did roll a d10. I took 3 damage from the children today. I'm guessing 2 of them took a swing at my chin.
There you go.
Oh, that glass hit, yo.
Lux, what are you thinking you're going to roll?
Wilderness survival.
That works. I guess maybe even twice. Renard?
Can you put karma on half magic?
For this roll, I would say no. No karma for these rolls. The intent of this is not to get successes. It's just so I can get a judgment of how things are looking. Renard?
I mean, I guess probably a perception roll for sure.
Okay, you could do half magic on perception in this case.
Okay.
So that works.
So I haven't rolled a half magic before.
In your lower left corner of your character sheet, there's a button for a half magic. When you open that up, it will ask you to choose the actual attribute. And it will ask you to select your discipline, which should only be 1. And then from there, you can just roll an OK. And then it will pop up the usual window that you have to confirm. It's weird that it does 2 windows, and I'll work with them to get that fixed.
Okay. Am I adding to anything, though? Did you say? I'm sorry.
No, you can just do half magic to, I would assume, perception. It gives you a bonus based off of your circle.
Okay. And you did say I could add karma if I wanted to?
I'm going to say no karma for this roll.
No karma.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I got an alarm going off. I got to go turn it off. I'll be right back. Thank you. Yeah.
And lo, the god of this world was distracted for a moment.
I'm back.
Hi.
All right. Now, I'm looking over our list of rolls. So far, I see a 10 with Davrik, and everything else has been below 10. Got it. Vashana, what rolls are you looking at?
Probably knowledge botany.
All right, go ahead and roll that.
Because I think I can only roll skills rather than talents out of this, so.
So, And you can go ahead and roll it a second time.
Nice.
The first day goes well. Many of you have good results all around.
Oh, you want me rolling craftsman? Sorry.
Yes, please. You're a craftsman.
I wasn't one to interrupt other people's rolls.
No,
so they didn't
no.
overlap.
I got a little distracted a moment because of the alarm. So thank you.
I also only rolled one. Was there another one I needed to roll?
No, you can roll a second you can do 2 rolls, and both of which can be your half magic if you wish.
Okay, do that.
So,
I guess.
I'm gonna subtract the karma that you used.
I can use karma on my craft.
I asked for no karma on these in
okay.
particular,
Sorry.
which is fine.
My bad.
You got a 7 and a 3, so that helps me. This is more a judgment roll, not a final result.
Cool.
Yeah, this is to help me get a kind of story built. So, as many of you are doing the various things, and you feel like you've gotten a lot of good progress. Some of the most notable things is now all of the walls are created. All of the rope walls, at least, around the many different entrances. To which they feel a lot better. They expected that to take the entire time. In fact, the caravan is a little bit confused what to do now. They did not expect it to be done in hours. Meanwhile, within the entire herbalist point, Vashana, you are spending a lot of time helping them not only tell you about the many herbs of the area and various things that they're doing. They were about 80% there figuring out how to use them, but you were able to give them pointers to start looking into ways to use it to help heal better. The one who was the elder, Aretha, seems to be very knowledgeable, potentially more knowledgeable than you about plants. So it turned out to be much more of a trading information to help everybody, and you helped teach with Aretha leading it. However, you do have an opportunity to maybe have Aravorn show you out to the trees to show what he's talking about regarding the magic he can read and the symbols.
Yeah, I definitely want him to do that.
Lux, you specifically, I'm just double checking, your entire endeavor of working with snares and your finding of Reed as something innate was your biggest find today. Do you tell anybody about the innate talent that you notice within, or do you kind of keep it quiet for now?
Oh, well, I'll tell the elder scout, what's her name, Gwendolyn?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll tell her about it.
She smiles, and she seems to almost not believe you until you say, "No, I'm not kidding." At which point she seems utterly curious, and we'll keep an eye out for that. That said, outside of snares, you start telling them the basics of just general things about using that for how to be more effective on getting animals, things like that. And you seem to say things that they know, but it clicks some sort of knowledge for them, and that seems to be something very good for them. Bank, you are able to start working on the spear, but it's not going to be finished today. That said, there are other spears that are being worked on. You'll see more of that progress throughout the rest of the time, I suspect. Renard, you are able to find good spots for the digging. The only argument is all of the kids start blaming everyone else about who needs to dig. Eventually, the farmers are nominated by the elders. And that
I feel like also it might be hard for them to kind of grasp just that they haven't been attacked. So it's hard for them to see the attacker's point of view, maybe. I have to kind of teach that, which I wouldn't expect to have to teach, but... As you start explaining that, and by the way, this result or this conversation I'll approach later, but you start mentioning that lightly, and there seems to be that's the only time when the entire rambunctious approach of all the nearby kids stop.
At which point, one of the kids nearby, and one that's nameless, says, "Who told you we've never been attacked?"
I would assume that if you have been attacked, I would see that, and I haven't seen that from you. I see kids squabbling about. I see kids playing around. I see kids not taking me very seriously.
They start giggling at that comment, but the one that spoke before looks up and says, "Some among us can die while we still are happy." And then he just walks away. It leaves almost a chilling moment in the air.
Ouch.
Well, let's have less of you die, though.
The other kids cheered to that. A note of something to talk about later has been found. That said, this also, there's one of the first holes that's found. Suddenly you find 7 different kids with 7 different shovels of varying different qualities start digging in the same hole as you're starting to try and teach them how to dig one hole. And I believe that's everyone. Eventually, it comes to a point where all of you are gathered up into the main hall.
Wait, what about the pattern, the magic he can see?
That's tomorrow.
Everyone? Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. And let's see, Davrik. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button. So, anyway, there's Lux. The cook, Jenna, starts bringing in varying cuts of deer, along with some other vegetables that you don't recognize. They are not from the farm. And she mentions that the gardeners found them out today. She said that all of you get your meals first, as they're getting the main courses and everything done for dinner time, which is exactly.
I will have offered my assistance for the cook.
Oh, she declines politely.
Dang it.
Yeah, no, she politely declines. She says, "No, there's, you eat first. We will cook for our own." She smiles politely, and as
Right. My sigh of okay then, it looks like I might have been told similar things before quite regularly because yes, back home.
This is when a voice comes from the corner that you didn't even realize was still there. Nimue says, "She's just worried that someone will poison us. Don't worry." And he just goes right back into the papers that he was writing.
My facial expressions suggest I hadn't even considered that.
So as all of you are eating or getting food, the same batch of food, by the way, is taken from the same bowl for Nimue as well, and Nimue starts eating first. But all of you are brought back giving updates on each of your various parts of the day. The gathering that was supposed to happen today was canceled in light of everybody being reassigned to defenses, learning various things, Renard trying to do all of that. And all of you are eating. Are there any questions or topics that you all wish to bring up to each other? If you wish, you have about 5 minutes.
Well, I found out something I think you'll all be interested in today. They have been attacked before.
Well, sure.
Oh,
I was
obviously.
about to comment that obviously somebody's tried to poison their food before.
We need to bring this up. We need to figure out what happened.
Well, it's a village full of children who are fighting like hell to survive. Of course they've been attacked before.
What do you mean, of course they've been attacked before? They said nothing about that. They said they haven't even been here to see one winter. And we're the only ones that they trade with.
What do you think
weren't
they're
attacked
running
here?
from?
We don't know. We've got to find out.
They're also just out in the wilderness with, the other predators and stuff. I'm sure a wolf will wander in every now and then, looking for
I'm
a
sure none
small
of
one to
this
pick
has
off.
been easy.
But we don't know what they've gone through at all.
And they're being really cagey about it all, which would
We
suggest
don't
that
know
they
the
don't want
specifics.
You mentioned
people to know.
poison.
Well, yeah, I like cooking. I offered to help cook, and seemingly the reason they didn't want me helping cooking is because the cook's really defensive about their food being poisoned, which suggests somebody's done that before. Or maybe their parents were poisoned, and that's why they ran away. I don't know.
That's just as they're aware of the circumstance. If they serve everyone out of one pot, it'd be super easy to take down the whole village.
Yeah. I hadn't even considered that.
The fact that they didn't have any spears made and weren't sure whether to prioritize defense made me assume that they have not been attacked yet. That they are running from something indeed, but they have not been attacked.
The unwillingness to prioritize defense could possibly be the fact that they've been able to defend themselves. And the fact that they haven't been able to eat.
Also, you've got a breadth of experience that they don't.
Continue.
Maybe they just hadn't thought about spears because it's never come up. Maybe they've never really used or been trained with spears before, so it wasn't a first thought or first approach.
Well, it feels like they really don't know a lot about a lot. But they're trying.
I disagree, actually. Their herbalists know quite a bit.
And their gardens are really odd. Like, they know... What they know is strange. Like, just for their ages, it's... I don't know.
I agree.
Because the gardens that they have are Windling form, and there's no Windlings here.
They had... everything I saw in this myth, like, it was lots of knives, which makes sense if they're hunting animals and, doing an awful lot of tasks around involving carving or cutting wood and stuff like that. Other than that, swords. Almost entirely swords.
Where are they getting the ore from?
Did I find that out?
No, not at all. The conversation came up, and the quality seems good. They mentioned that they're getting it from Benevolence.
Okay, so they're trading for it. Okay.
Are they
I'll mention that.
Eating with us?
No. In fact, as all of you are just discussing this openly, you just notice the scholar is just sitting there reading a book in the corner, probably listening to you. Or there is a chance that maybe the cook could be hearing it through the open door.
And anyone standing directly outside the door, I guess, since that's just two open doors to our east.
Also, if the walls are as thin as they look, anyone anywhere nearby. I don't know. They seem surprisingly well organized. I don't know any kids back in Travar that would, like, you put like maybe 30 or 40 of them together. I think they'd be lucky if they could build a tent, never mind what's been built here. Never mind organized hunting and leatherworking and carpentry. Yeah.
That's the other thing. The tanning wraps they have.
No smell.
The pattern. They're enchanted, and it seems that they are summoning wind spirits to help with the tanning.
Oh, well, that explains a lot.
Smell.
Something else from Travar, maybe?
Yes, most likely.
The kid pipes up for a moment. Yeah, we got that from you. Sorry for interrupting, but yeah.
No. Was it suggested and offered, or did somebody in your camp like ask for it?
He looks down. Well, one moment, and he starts scruffling throughout his papers, looking for an answer. You can continue talking while he's looking.
Oh, by the way, Nimue, was it? Nimue?
Call me Nim. Nim.
Nim. Would you mind if I took a look at some of the books that you haven't started writing in? I'm a researcher, and I would like to see what knowledge they contain, and maybe help explain some things.
Yeah, only if I'm with you. No offense, there are treasures.
No, that's fine. Okay. Yes, of course. I have no problem with that.
Here it is. Requested by... looks like Bran, one of our carpenters.
Is that one of the oldest of you?
He looks. Yeah, Brand's an older. Brand's an older. He smiles.
And I did explicitly say older as opposed to elder there.
Mm-hmm. No, and he
Um,
said it in response. Okay. Brand's an older.
Huh.
Yeah, he's one of the oldest humans.
Would you say there's any one of you in charge? Like a single person who you would all feel you can trust to make decisions?
Yes. Well, kinda. It's yes, but it changes, and that's our 3 elders. So there are times that it makes sense for us. The elders decide who to follow when it makes sense, and they haven't disagreed yet. So right now, generally lately, since in the past probably the past 2 or 3 weeks, we've been really focusing on Gwendolyn.
Okay, thank you. While you're talking, have you been attacked?
He looks up. Well, not me personally, but our town has been. We have had problems in the past, yeah.
Would you care to tell us about it?
He stands up, walks over, and sits at the table next to you, bringing his food there to join you. Yeah, I mean, it's so long as you. It's a hard story to talk about, but 3 weeks ago, one of our 4 elders passed away. He was attacked while he was hunting. It's really sad because just a month beforehand, we found out about his child.
Oh. That comment
might I ask who or what attacked the elder?
We don't know, but it's a beast is what we suspect. The body was never found, but the scene was the place, and from what it looked like, we saw claw marks and some of him.
That is terrible, and my sympathies to you. I'm sorry for sounding
no
as I sound.
He holds the hand up. No, you're trying to understand. And the poison thing, don't take that wrong. It's just we got to take care of our own. No one's been poisoned here yet. So don't think wrongly.
I guess that's what I was referring to.
I will chuckle.
An organized attack on your village.
No,
see, it's the bit that gets me. Yet, the fact you guys even think about it or have thought about it means that someone somewhere at some point has brought it up or has had it happen in the past. Like I'm a cook. Like I enjoy cooking just as much as I enjoy like crafting weapons and stuff like that. But like poisoning food.
His squat and oversized nose kind of scrumples up on that, and after the scrumple, he pushes up his glasses up as he looks at you and says, we have not met anyone outside of our community except for outside of our 39 members, except for the 16 now, including all 5 of you. So don't misunderstand. You just live in a world where you know other people. Everyone outside could be someone trying to sneak in, or that one wrong mistake could end us all. You're right about that. So we have to assume that even our friends might have ulterior motives. And that's just a proper thing to do for survival. You look at this.
I will frown.
Yeah, you look at this 12-year-old kid saying this, and it's just a weird, almost awkward opposite of what you would expect from other parts of the world.
Yeah, you guys, like, for your ages, you guys have a more mature outlook on, to some extent, defending yourself or awareness of dangers than a good number of adults that I know. That's kind of, it's worrying and cool at the same time.
He shrugs. I just look at the papers. Everyone else does the dangerous stuff. But we all think the same thing. We all have to pick up, I'll pick up stones and throw them if need be. But when we're attacked, we're 39 strong.
Do you happen to know where you learned how to farm? Your farming techniques are interesting.
He looks up and says, from our parents. Some of them, at least.
Hey, do you know where they happened to learn it? Or was it just a family trade?
Do you have any charisma-based effect? In fact, Renard, I'll let you do first impression for all the conversation thus far. Anyone who wishes to roll anything charisma-based,
I just have charisma.
then you can roll charisma at this point, not half magic.
I have etiquette.
Okay.
Are you saying this? Are we trying to open this guy up?
This conversation so far has given you enough opportunity to roll anything that would help me determine his current relationship to you, if that makes sense. Oh,
Okay.
shit.
Looks friendly.
So I could roll etiquette in this situation?
Etiquette won't work in this conversation.
It's charisma
more
based.
I get that, but I'm looking more for conversation, first impression, those type of things.
Okay.
I'm not really leaning into the impression enough to warrant a roll, really.
Okay. I just want to see, but Joy's doing some heavy lifting with that roll.
I'm charismatic.
No problem. Like right now, I'm seeing friendliness from him. Yours will kick him up higher. So he hesitantly stops for a moment and says, we were kicked out of our homes. All of us. And all of us didn't know about it till 2 minutes after we were kicked out.
That's terrible.
He nods.
That will stop me mid-spoon to face.
Well, it's just scary, because we weren't even told. All of us were just like, hey, go outside. And then the gates closed behind us. And we have even toddlers with us. We have our new adults, our teenagers.
What?
Do you have an idea why this happened to you?
Yes. Now I do. He leans over and looks at one of the books. There's a book that was given to me by my parents, and all that I was told was read it when I can.
I am completely and utterly lost for words, and the look I give Renard is one of just utter disgust.
I returned this look. The look is, yeah. There's no.
The look at my face is I'm about ready to go and punch some parents right now.
There's no reason for that I can. I mean, I don't know what's in that book, but I can't imagine doing that to this group of very young people unless there have to be an incredible reason for doing that, and I'm not sure I agree with it. So
I assume that's all internal monologue and not out loud.
Oh, this is the look. This is the
I think
look.
this is transferred via an exchange of glances with myself and Renard as I will just close my mouth, think
And
for
you
a
know,
second.
Renard is an experienced looker.
I hadn't even considered that. Yeah, I think we're exchanging looks. I could murder people right now, and I'm just going to sit and stare into my bowl.
The air between them becomes physically heavy with the amount of information being transferred via look.
Yep. I know any parent that, and the fact there's a group of like 30 odd of them or whatever that all threw their kids out to the outside of a village and then just closed the gate on them.
That's the thing that I'm thinking. Is there something that was affecting their youth, so that they would dismiss all their children in the village or something?
It was either for safety, or there's maybe something in the only leeway I would give is if there was something festering inside the village that was putting the children at risk, and the only way to save them was to make sure they weren't there. That's the only thing I can think of that would allow me to, but I can't say that out loud.
No. Nim is actively observing your faces, by the way. Go on, Vashana.
Well,
he's got my back to him, but my posture will tell stories. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Or Joy, go ahead.
Well, I can't imagine how awful that must be.
He stands up, licking some of the spoon, and as he puts it down into the bowl, he just looks you dead in the eyes and says, "I'm glad they did." And then he moves back and sits down. At least I am now.
It's some kind of dark secret in that book. We got to get a hold of that book and find out why.
Listen, I'm already going to be looking at the books. It's fine. Just leave it to me, I hope.
Yeah, you're going to be looking at that book, Vashana. We're going to get you.
Are we really going to let this guy mic drop us and then just flee to a corner of the room? He hasn't left the building. He's still right here. We can just talk to him.
I don't know why we're being weird about it.
Well, because we're weird. But, I mean, I think we can control this. Is there anyone else in here that we need to worry about?
All right, I'm gonna take my anger out on like an iron ingot layer.
So, as he keeps reading, and all of you continue your discussions and your professional looking. And
I want to go over to him.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask him something.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I want to put my arm on his shoulder. I'll say, I'm so very, very alarmed and saddened by these words. And if you don't mind, I would like to say a prayer for you in the spirit of my Dwarven ancestry and religion.
He just nods. He doesn't even turn. He just nods.
That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to put down the mask, and I'm going to cast trust on him.
Well played. Go ahead.
Ooh.
I have to weave that.
Yes. So
I weave it first, right?
You do weave it first. Yes.
And that's so what I'm trying to do is make this look like this is part of my prayer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You successfully weave the thread, so now you roll spellcasting, targeting him.
We're gonna throw a karma on that.
Perfectly fine to roll a karma on that one.
Nice.
You succeeded. Not only that, but you succeeded with an additional success.
Okay.
So at that point, after the prayer is completed, you can almost feel the tenseness release from his body.
Okay. My friend, let us see this book. And allow my friend to take a look at it so that we may know the hardships that you know.
He turns, he nods, grabs the book, and gently turns and hands it to you.
There you go, Lux. Or not Lux, Vashana, sorry.
As he looks at you, he says, well, I mean, just be careful.
Of course.
It's a journal from my grandfather back in the care.
I will not abuse your trust.
He nods.
I knew it.
Care, huh?
I will take
I knew it was a cairn.
and read it.
Jack, may I ask a question?
Yeah.
knowledge trade routes. I would like to ask, are there any communities on the local trade route circuit that are comprised mainly or only of humans and elves?
Oh, it's a good question. Go ahead and roll. It's rather specific, so it does increase the difficulty. The answer that you come with is sure, obviously yes, but around this specific area, you only know of a few other towns, and they wouldn't fit what you're looking for, which is some sort of town that would give rise to this type of thing.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So Vashana, you have the book. Are you going to just start reading it here? Or are you going to just, what are you going to do as dinner approaches soon?
How much could I read through it before? Because, like, I don't know how long the spell is going to last, and I don't want him to approach me and say, hey, give me that back, type thing.
Gotcha.
Like, I want to get all of the information out of it that I can right now while this is happening. Because I obviously know Renard was weaving threads and all of that stuff because I'm a spellcaster, so I'm like, all right, we're doing this, we gotta do it now.
Yep. You can go ahead and, I mean, I'm going to let you use research as a knowledge skill, and I'm going to give you extra difficulty because of the rushed nature, and also to kind of play off the idea of luck. Do you happen to open to the right page? Make sense?
Yes.
So you may use your research skill now, and that will determine what happens now before we start asking questions.
Okay. And I can't roll karma on these.
Not on your skills.
Dang it. Okay.
So you are not able to find anything. Okay, what's your question first before I jump the gun?
My question is, what caused them to leave, to force the children out?
Okay. While you're not able to find that specific case, you do find at least a glimmer of what could lead to it. You start to read a chapter, not necessarily get to the meat of it, but start to read a chapter where in the culture of the Care, there was a great segregation between 3 different portions of the actual community within. And the great segregation happened at the time of his grandfather, which implies that these kids lived it their entire lives. There was a point where it starts getting into betrayal of one of them, and then you almost feel like you have to get it taken care of. That's about all the time you have.
Okay.
So you're at that point. Renard, you can just generally sense that your spell is coming to an end soon. Do you just let Vashana keep reading, or do you... how do you approach when you know that you just sense that the spell is about to...
I'll approach Vashana and let her know that my magic is at its end. You might want to replace the book.
She will nod. And, out of character, is that like a hint to Vashana to give him a different book, or actually give him the book? Are you trying to give her any looks, so to speak?
He's basically saying that, you know, the magic is going to be gone. I don't know necessarily if he would have allowed you to read it. I kind of made that bridge a little easier with the magic, so he may not be cool with you reading it.
Yeah, Vashana will...
Just putting it...
Yeah, Vashana will actually hand it back to Nim. And she will try her best to look as grateful and appreciative and give as heartfelt of a thank you very much. I appreciate this. And kind of try to give him a bit of a reassuring look as best as she can with her blank mask of a face of, we will help you out the best we can.
He was already friendly. I don't think he's going to be, like, completely, enraged.
Well, yeah, but...
I think that he'll... But he might be like, oh gosh, did I just do that,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Vashana hasn't said too much to anyone here outside of the herbalists, so, like, right. She's trying to take a page from all of your guys' book of being reassuring, like, we're not here to hurt you guys or do anything bad, like, we're here to actually help.
Yeah, it seemed like he was very near telling us he just needed a little push.
So, you managed to get the book and you put it back. In fact, as you're reaching to put it back, he simply reaches up, grabs it, and replaces it back where it was. He looks up and says, "Thanks for returning it." It is at that point when he looks, while he's looking at you and he says that phrase, you can almost just, serendipitously it's when the spell ends. His face goes from absolutely glamored with you to suddenly just a little bit confused. And then looking at you suspiciously, then confused. And he says, your spells are... And then after frumming, he turns around and just says, I thank you for the company.
When he says spells, though, I am going to give him the most confused look I can.
He then starts walking off. As he walks out, he simply says openly, "Hey Jenna, I've already eaten. I'm going to wash my bowl and then I'm going to lay down. I'm not feeling well." At which point you just hear a sing-song "okay" from Jenna as he goes off to his, what you assume, the elven houses to sleep.
It's evening time, correct?
It is approaching evening time, yes.
Okay. Lulu is out there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to attempt to command Nightflyer to ask Lulu very politely if she will keep an eye on him in particular to make sure, one, he's okay, and two, if he's going to tattle, so to speak. Would that be something I could do?
So... roll Command Nightflyer.
Okay. And I can use Karma on this, correct?
Because it's a talent, you can. You are able to give one command. You do explain your intent, and Lulu, who is now has flown in to stand on it after you have this conversation. All of you see an owl fly in, her friend Lulu, and she just starts talking in a thing of gibberish, it almost feels like. What is the command you give Lulu among all of those?
The command I give Lulu is to if he leaves that hut, notify me.
Lulu then flies out. The other various random members of the village start coming in, grabbing food from there. All of you can stay and talk with them. Vashana, I assume you're going out to talk to night flyers and such,
yes,
as you sat around now. But the rest of the night goes pretty much a good conversation. Lulu never comes to let you know, so he stays in the tent, most likely to sleep. We can go on to day 2, is what my intent is. Is there any Is there anything you want to do
until-
beforehand? And I want to
Until such time.
I do want to
No,
say
go ahead.
we are on a time constraint now, so please be aware.
Okay, just very quickly, until such time as it gets, like too late to really make noise, I will politely excuse myself, like I have a little bit on my mind perhaps, and I'm gonna go back and see if it's all right with the Smiths or if they're even still there, to like continue working for a bit.
Gotcha.
The way that I'll kind of like work through my thoughts is by working through my thoughts. If they're okay with me still using the equipment there, I'm going to do that, and I'm going to continue kind of like the work on the spears and maybe repairing any tools that had been left to be repaired by them. I just need to work through the information I've just learned that is actually annoying / interfering with my like happy thought processes. And yeah, I'll do that just through working through them.
Gotcha. After dinner, everybody starts clearing out, and you notice that every child of all ages starts cleaning up everything simultaneously. Even if it's rambunctious, they are moving around like a collective group with the various parts of the day. And then the tables are moved against the walls to give you some space to lay down your bedrolls or anything as the rest of the caravan come in. Varying actions that you do throughout the night, eventually leading to the point where you all go to bed for the next day.
Great job tonight, guys. I really think that we didn't do anything to ruin our trust with this village today. It was a little rocky to start with, but I really think we crushed this today.
I think we did fine.
Should I go ahead and roll my command night flyers to get in, or night flyers to get information? Potentially.
Go ahead. And you'll be allowed questions equal to successes. Now, outside of that, you have one success.
Okay.
General question.
What beasts should we look out for in the area?
You managed to get varying answers that are what you would expect basic animals. Nothing crazy in the area seems to be bugging them today. Then one of them flat out calls you out, essentially saying name givers, which you suspect afterwards was a reference to your caravan.
Fair.
All right.
And I would like to do this every night, if that's
no problem.
Acceptable.
When it comes to nighttime, you will have a chance again.
Okay.
So, all of you are laying down. And then, are you all just sleeping? There are guards out. What do you want to do for your nighttime, just generally? You going on watches? You not? How do you
I'll join their watch.
Who all is in here with us?
You all 5, and also 6 members of the caravan team.
Okay. But no one from the village.
No, it's people awake for watches and also people sleeping.
Okay. Because if no one in the village is in here and everybody's asleep, I have night vision. I can read books in the dark.
Okay, so you're going to read books instead of sleep?
I would like to...
A particular book?
Yeah, maybe try and read where I left off in that one book if the doors are closed and nobody's peeking out the windows.
If you are fine with that, then that is good. Do understand you're going to be achieving exhaustion tomorrow, which will affect your
I can see somebody
steps.
sleeping late.
If you're okay with that, I'm okay with that.
After everyone but Vashana falls asleep, Davrak is having trouble, so he just wanders out to chat with the guards a bit, make sure they know to come get them if anything happens.
Okay.
You'll find me outside, dude. Yeah, I can't. I just can't just be sleeping through the night when there's like unknown dangers outside a village and their defenses aren't particularly great, and they're like, ah.
So,
But then after,
my
then
question
after that, I
is,
come back.
I'm asking this for sake of moving along. Davrak, you're essentially taking a watch. Are you up all night? What is your
I'm probably just taking a watch,
Okay.
like 20 minutes, chilling in the cool air with the guards, then coming back and sleeping.
Gotcha. Bank, are you taking a watch or are you going to sleep?
I'll take a watch the way I would if we're traveling as a group by ourselves or something. I'll
Okay.
take a watch, but I'll get sleep. Yeah.
Vashana, how much book reading are you going until you get your answers, or are you going to take a watch?
I'm probably not going to take a watch. Because I have aptly stated I am not a melee type person.
Let me explain.
I cast the spells.
I apologize. Are you taking an adequate amount, like you were taking a watch amount of work? Or are you going to read pretty much the majority of the night?
Yeah, I will do it like I'm taking a watch.
Got
but
it.
I also, is there any way I can ensure I put the book back the exact way he put it back?
I'll just say that's what you do. That's fine.
Okay, I just want to get my answer, and then I won't ask him about it ever again, and that's where we'll go from.
All three of you roll awareness or perception, and I'm just going to say that this is 3 watches for the night. But Davrik, you actually don't roll mostly because you said you're going to sleep right away, pretty much. So
Yeah, shortly after.
okay. Bank, you managed to go to sleep before really the middle of the night. Vashana, you kind of wake up, go to sleep. You at various times you just keep waking up, going to the book, putting it back. It's just what you're doing. Around, you would say mid-early morning. Everyone around you is sleeping. You're reading the book, trying to figure out what you can with the betrayal and such, and you're finally getting to kind of dive into that. You hear a chime.
I will put the book back.
All right.
And I will go to inspect the chime.
All right.
I just kind of glance out with my elven eyes.
So you're just glancing out of the hut. You're not leaving.
Correct.
You don't know where the chime went, and you're looking around, and you generally don't see. I'm just going to throw these people down here. You don't generally see too much. You see Marcus going up towards the north.
And who was Marcus again? I'm sorry.
The guard, the human guard.
Okay.
So.
I will kind of glance out more to see if, what all is happening, if there's anything I need to be concerned about, and wake everybody up.
Okay. You go around the corner and you watch as Marcus runs north, and he seems to be going towards the north end of the camp, even north beyond the human houses. So generally up here.
Okay. But I look around, I don't really see any danger, so to speak.
No, I would have said something if you did. But there was a chime, and Marcus is running north.
Who else is sleeping? Is everybody sleeping at this point?
Yep.
Okay, I will go to wake up my companions.
Okay.
And I'm not gonna mess with the caravan people because they're probably tired after chanting
Gotcha.
for a day straight. But I'm gonna wake all of them up and I'm gonna say, "Hey, I heard a chime, and Marcus was running to the north."
Grab a mace, grab a torch,
So
zip out the door with you.
as all of you are woken up, I assume all of you respond. Are you leaving and going up north to investigate it in a rushed way, in a kind of not obvious way? Is there is there anyone in the group that is being obvious about going north or being not obvious? I need to know that.
I need a reminder of vision for Windlings. Is it low light or is it dark vision? Remember, Joy?
Oh, it's low light. We don't have night vision. We're not like elves.
Right. So as long as so you said there's human guards out, so they likely have torches and stuff, I assume.
Yeah, there are no lights really out there, right now. There's no torches.
Is the moon out?
Yes, it is a well lit night.
Okay, so we should be all right, at least in general speaking. Then, I will zip out the door, and like as soon as I'm out the door, now I'm flying, so it's a straight up, and then up and over and kind of like onto the roof of the building to have a better look to the north.
Gotcha.
The same thing, but
that's my immediate intent, at least.
Gotcha.
The Windlings come back with news.
Okay, that's a good point. Lux, what are you doing?
I'm doing the same thing up on Clyde.
Okay.
As Renard says that, I'm gonna go back to the book for as long as I can.
Okay. So
I see what Vashana's up to, so I'm going to purposefully stand guard at that door.
As I am assuming both of you are in full vision, I'm just going to teleport you there. If you see people places, I'm being lazy and you can just ignore them. They're sleeping.
As the bird flies or as the windling flies, literally.
So, you see Marcus down below. And, in fact, I'm going to give Marcus a torch and give people vision. We're going to give him this. All right. But you see Marcus at the ropes. And you see him working with the ropes or trying to at least pull or work with the ropes, and they seem to have a lot of play. And as you're watching him do this, at least at a glance, the one thing you're noticing is there's no chiming as he's doing this.
Something broke the chime?
He seems concerned, and not only that, he is looking out around for danger. Specifically, he's looking down the hill outside of the village for danger. As he's trying to figure out what's happening.
These chimes, you said earlier, were obviously magical and therefore had a pattern. Is it... I'm not sure conceptually if it's possible. Is it possible to look like at the pattern of the chime as it exists and see what's wrong with it or what happened to it?
Not from the distance you're at, and if you get close enough to do it, it's going to be something that shows that you're there.
I don't think I mind Marcus knowing we're there because he's village, and he seems concerned. Maybe Whisker to Lux. Should we go help him? See what's wrong with the chimes?
I was planning on just going up and asking him. I don't know why we have to be sneaky about it.
I'll nod and continue on it, kind of like the speed we're doing, and I'll kind of like maybe say his name to get his attention so he knows we're there.
Lux, you're taking point on this one. Pank, you're following. Lux, what do you do?
Oh, I just call out to him lowly, like in a stage whisper, like, Marcus, is everything okay?
All right. As you move forward, Clyde just instinctively decides to mount on top of one of the poles. So you're just up above him, calling down calmly. He jumps, immediately holding one of the new spears in your direction, and then just kind of settles down a moment like, oh God, it's you. He looks up. Something's wrong. Here, look. And he starts pointing to the rope that you saw him pulling on. No, they're cut. The rope is cut. And he looks over and he points towards the wood, and there's a gash in the wood that completely dislodged one of the traveling charms. It wasn't taken, it's just there hanging out of position, misaligning it.
So someone cut the charm?
Looks up.
Or cut the...
Yeah? He looks... But it makes no sense. Why?
Ooh. Can I get a bit closer? Can I discern what type of weapon or ammunition was used?
I'll let you wear awareness or perception. Meanwhile, Lux, continue chatting while he starts observing.
Okay. So you think that someone from the inside or the outside cut?
He looks up at you, and just what you said seems to have shocked him. What? Why would you even consider someone from the inside? It's not that he's insulted. It's just you can tell he obviously never thought of it.
I'll immediately answer that and go, somebody might have climbed up, one of the cliff sides or something and cut it on the way out as they left.
He looks over at you, and you get the impression he might not be the brightest bulb in the batch. And then at that point, that's when you look down at the rope in his hands, and you notice that it is a clean... the cut itself is a clean cut, but it's also at different... the texture is at different rates throughout the entire rope. So this is a cut of something sawing back and forth.
So somebody using maybe a like how thin an edge, maybe? Can I tell?
You don't know, but you can tell this much. It wasn't created by the swipe of a creature.
Okay, like somebody's actually like used like a knife or a dagger or something, or even the edge of a sword to like saw through it.
Yeah, it was cut by a sawing motion.
And you said clean, so an actual blade edge as opposed to like a sawtooth edge?
That's what you got. That's your guess.
Okay. You said there was a gouge in the wood. Does that match up?
Yes, you would guess so.
So they haven't even been particularly careful about it then? Like they've been hitting the wood on the way back and forward as they've done it?
And is the rope on the bottom or the top?
Two different ropes. The walls are made of... basically, let me double check, about 6 different ropes from varying heights leading to about shoulder length up to the children. So to get in and out, you would have to bend the ropes up and down and step through.
Oh, so this is an actual, this isn't just like a waist post, this is a fence post.
It's a rope wall, essentially.
Oh, wow.
Okay. So they cut the entire wall?
They cut 2 or 3 strands of it so they could get through easily.
From the top or from the bottom?
From the middle.
Okay.
2 of the middle ones.
From the height of somebody climbing out through those spaces, would that be a young child height, teenager height, adult height?
Your head. It's the 2 middle. So it's going... Assuming the height of it is at the top end of a teenager or something, it's the 2 middle ones. So definitely not a toddler.
No, but almost anyone else in this village then.
He looks at you and asks, "Can you watch? I need to wake up some people."
Yeah, go do that. Lux, can you have a look for maybe tracks or something here? Like, I'm okay in the wilderness, but I'm not as good as you. I'll also do that. I have wilderness survival, but I think Lux is better.
Well, we can have a look and see what we know.
Wilderness survival.
Can I assist?
Nope, that will be basic perception, not wilderness
basic
survival.
Perception?
Oh. Is it possible for me to work in an assisting role to Lux, or am I just
not
rolling
on
separate?
this one? You're rolling perception.
Okay. Just perception or awareness?
Awareness.
I can't see shit.
Well, no, I'm going to make it perception. The reason is this would normally be tracking. Your default tracking.
Yep.
Meanwhile,
where's
thought in your mind while you're looking around for footsteps. Lux, you have no attention for this whatsoever for some reason right now because you keep on thinking that your party is waiting for you. That's how your roll of 1 works.
I'm trying to find the perception skill. It's not a skill, it's an attribute. My bad.
Yeah. So
and can you karma a stat?
No.
Okay.
You can karma talents. You are not able to find relevant tracks for this. Lux, what I was saying before, because you rolled rule of 1, it's not even the fact that you're trying. You just can't really focus on it because you're distracted by the fact that other members of your party are waiting for you.
Yeah, I do want to go back and tell them, but...
We either need our scout out here, or, more worrying, there's absolutely no tracks of somebody that actively cut the ropes here.
Okay.
Both of those are worrying.
So, meanwhile, Marcus is running past the house, running towards the Elven house. He stops mid-road, looks up at both Davrick and Renard, awake. Oh, good. And he starts walking up to you. Hey.
What's going on, kid?
There's been something that happened at the north entrance. Your companions are there. Can you go help them and keep an eye out?
What's happened?
At which point, Davrak just runs. I've got to wake people up. Go check it out. Okay? Your friends know what's happening.
Wait a minute. What's happened?
He looks up.
Lux, back. What's going on?
No one's come, but something's happened with the gate or with the ropes. And at that point, he starts going in. He turns around, puts his lantern on the ground, and he starts going into the Elven house quietly. Do you wait for him to come back out, or do you go?
Vashana's still in here reading that book, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to I'll stay here for the moment. I mean, we've got the troll going over there, and we've got 2 people that I trust can handle themselves until there's more activity. I think that I'm fine here to make sure nobody comes in here.
No problem. Are you standing guard at the door, or do you want to at least try to pay... Are you paying attention to guard the door, or do you want to pay attention maybe towards what's happening at the Elven hut?
I'll show you what I'm going to do here. I'm going to move this guy here so that I can see both doors and also kind of see what's going on in the Elven house too.
Okay.
But I can't hear them, but I can see.
Gotcha. By the way, random note, pretend Jen is sleeping, as well as Thandril. All right. At which point, we're back up north. Davrak, you're running up. You see Lux on the top of the pole and Banquaar looking at the ground, possibly looking for tracks as you get there.
As a note, Davrak is not wearing his armor. He just grabbed his sword and his shield and bolted.
Got it. Go on.
What's going on? What's up?
I'm not finding any tracks, which is kind of weird, because something cut this rope here and here with a... Basically, they like sawed it, but with a sharp blade, and then obviously climbed through it, but I'm not finding any tracks, which means they're either really good at covering the tracks, or whatever it was doesn't leave tracks, or I'm just not finding them because I'm not as good as their scout.
Mm-hmm. Jack, I have heat sense. Can I do a scan of the area to see if I can pick anything out that someone without heat sense would be able to?
So as you look around, the only thing that you see, there isn't anything that stands out with heat sense specifically.
I don't see anything living nearby.
Well, that's reassuring, but also it's just weird.
Meanwhile, down here with Renard. Renard, no one's coming any direction, and you feel Vashana is perfectly fine. That said, as you look in the house specifically, you do manage to see what Marcus is waking up. You can see he's waking up one of the children, one of the young ones, not the elder. As As Marcus is in there, there's something about this that seems odd. And it's just the way the culture is here.
Okay.
And I mean, you don't... In fact, I want to see how many successes you get. Go ahead and roll a half magic on this one. With perception, specifically. Actually, I apologize. I'm going to say, and this is just the way of your magic is kind of inspiring you. There's something just itching at your mind. You may roll True Sight.
Okay.
Why is that wrong? Hold on, I need to fix it on yours, and I don't know why it's set that way. There we go. Now you can roll True Sight, now that it's attached to Perception.
Okay. I'm going to add a Karma.
Okay, go ahead. So as a note, this is more your intuition speaking through your discipline. This is not an attempt to break illusion, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But there is something about this that seems odd. Everything you've seen about the culture is about elves, humans, elves. And there seems to be a sort of pride in the culture of their community, right? Why is the human in the elven hut right now?
So you're saying I've not seen that's normal?
It just seems backwards because everybody's talking about humans, elves, humans. And now you see the humans first thing when he has an opportunity is to sprint to the elves.
Have they not been mingling much?
They have been. It just something strikes you odd about that. And not only that, as you're sitting there watching him trying to wake up a small child, he's not trying to wake up the elder.
Yeah, that's what's weird to me is that he's trying to wake up the child the most. All right, I'll investigate. I'll bite.
So, as you walk up, and quietly, I assume, you see him waking, shuffling, but not even saying words. And as soon as the child is woken up, they just look at each other, and the child just starts getting up and moving as if this is expected. You're in the doorway now. What do you do as this has happened? You suspect they'll be turning around to look at you soon. Look in your direction.
Yeah, and I am I'm blocking the way, waiting, as if just, waiting like I followed him there.
Okay.
And but they're not gonna pass right away until I am able to talk to him at least.
Gotcha. Random note, at a quick glance, you can easily see Thalarin is oversleeping in the corner.
Okay.
As Marcus is, he looks at you, waves a little hand motion of, can you step back, please? And do you respond to that? It looks like he's trying to get out. So
I stand there, I don't move, and I hang my head in there, and I say, everyone get up! Someone's broken through the alarm! Defenses! It's time for defenses! What did I tell you?
I obviously hear this, don't I?
Yeah, you do. Everyone hears it.
Yes, you do.
Is it
Are
loud
the
enough
other-
that the other gang at the north hears it too?
I'm yelling as loud as I possibly can because I wanted to get Vashana to hear it. That people are going to... And that I wanted to wake up, what's his name, who's over there sleeping in the corner, who should obviously be up, the elder.
So
what in the divinities? And I'll take off beelining for the south.
Lux,
What the fuck?
He's not subtle.
No, not at all. In fact, someone called that very direct. Renard, roll willpower.
Willpower. All right.
Oh, oh no!
Oh no! Somebody crumbles.
I have no willpower? What? No, why am I rolling willpower? Are they just moving past me or something?
No. Renard, you feel something you have only heard warnings of from your master. which is the magic is something you should never ignore. The magic is your soul. The magic is your way. The magic is your direction. And if the direction is too direct, then you have strayed off the correct path. Your magic is now unhappy with you because of the nature of choices you've made in this case. And it may confuse you, and you may not understand or agree with it, but the magic is what it is.
All right. Very well.
Yep. So understand that even though I'm not giving you any direct penalties for stats or anything, do keep understanding that it's almost like you're going to continue with almost an internal pain that's likened to a hangover from this point for the next little while. Okay?
All right. I'll deal with it.
Yeah, so keep that in mind. This was a very bold and direct way of going about it, which is fine. As you scream, the results are everyone wakes up. Immediately panic happens. Everybody is reaching around for anything they can grab. In fact, that's the one thing you can take from this is when you shout something like this, they do not wake up confused. We've got kids that are literally wrapping blankets around their fists as a means of protecting their fists if they need to attack. All of them are just up and gathering and ready. Marcus looks very frustrated with you. Mostly because you just woke everyone up. How do you proceed?
I'll step aside and let him walk out now if he wants.
Okay. So everybody is rushing out the door and looking at you almost as if you're the commander giving directions as they start moving out. Marcus runs past you and starts going towards the north.
Sorry, after I would have heard Renard yell, "Everybody get up!" I would just... And then I'd close the book, and I'd put it back right where it was. And I would stand up, put on my corset, and prepare myself for what may come now.
The rest of the night goes as follows. Everybody starts going in directions, trying to figure out about an attack that never comes. Renard, despite the fact that you woke everybody up in an utmost immediate panic, is actually, all of you are appreciated. Despite that, because whether it was true or not, whether they believe you or not, the cut ropes are real, which makes it a lot easier to not be mad at this decision.
It's also, that's what you're supposed to do.
It totally is, which they recognize.
Right. That's what I would want them to do.
Yeah, the only person who's annoyed is Marcus, as, in your opinion, he was about to do the wrong decision. But the rest of the night, everyone has a harder time going back to sleep through the sheer, utter concern of what happened. Investigations and looking around is saved till the morning and the daytime, but the guards as a whole are going to be up for the majority of the night from this point.
At night when they first arrive north, like, are any of their actual hunters, like, you know, their trained trackers and stuff like that, are any of them able to discern what I've missed because I'm not one?
Yeah, no, none of them are able to find tracks. Well, they're able to find tracks, but they're not able to take them further than down the hill. It looks like they are trained in tracking and such, but they're not able to follow the tracks really at all. It's almost as if they just kind of disappear. Yes, and they do look like a few footsteps, a few shoe marks leading down.
If they can point them out to me and actually so that I can see them, what size?
When you
like,
look...
adult male?
Here's the thing. When you look, you can't see them.
Give them a stick or something, or use their whatever, and have them, like, actually outline them physically on the ground at the edges of the size of the footprints, because I can't see them. I'll just openly admit I can't.
3 different people do that, and 3 different people give 3 different sizes. One of which draw a deer hoof.
Oh, that's just absolute shenanigans. I'll actually ask someone to go get Vash if she isn't up here, and ask Vash to come up and ask if she can have a look at them.
These are the results of the night.
Okay, cool.
These are the results of the night. The next day starts as everybody is discussing, trying to give information and split apart information about what they found out. And it all comes down to this. The rope has been cut. Two ropes have been cut. One of the things were moved and dislodged from the bark and was able to actually put it back into the pole. So it's back and functioning. The ropes are lost, essentially, or they're refactored into other uses. And people more intelligent than Marcus have come to the conclusion that there might be someone in the caravan that did it, but then everybody agrees it makes no sense for the caravan to bring ropes, to break them, to do exactly what they weren't trying to do. And the caravan flat out said, we will reimburse you your silver for these costs. So everybody sees that there's not really a logic to why the caravan would have done it.
I have one last question for you.
Yeah.
Around about the rope specifically, and around about where the hoof marks are, what is the magic thingy? Like, how clean is it?
Can you elaborate or repeat that, please?
The thing where, I'm not sure how to word it because I'm not sure the system, but the corruption level?
Oh, corruption? Totally fine. Generally safe.
Okay, cool. Yep. No further questions, sir.
I'll go with that. So, as everybody is discussing in the morning how this works out, this has completely disheveled any plans possible for this day to do any of the original plans that they wanted. Many of the people, though they have no problems with you, seem to have a general distrust of someone now. And now, during this day, any plans you had to try and unify people is a little bit awkward. The entire morning is investigating and talking about this, trying to get it. And many people are like, we'll consider doing our own things.
Now, if anything, wait a minute. If anything, I would argue that this should get them to think about defense in a huge way. And that's what we were trying to do.
I know.
Here we saw an example.
I'm getting to that in just a moment. I'm talking general population, not the people in charge. The gatherers are like, we're going to go out and gather this morning. The hunters are like, we're going to go out and hunt this morning. There's not any early enthusiasm to get into some sort of training or something right at the beginning of the day. If they're not talking about the investigation, they're going off to do the majority of what they did. And the results this leads to a conversation where all of the elders are talking to the caravan outside as all of you are inside. Bank, you're going to be off working on the materials and such, most likely, I would assume, at the spears at the time as this happens. And Davrak, do you want to be part of this conversation at the moment? Or are you going to be helping out with defenses and such? I'm asking.
No, I think I do need to be part of this conversation.
Okay. And as the conversation with many of the people outside of the room with the caravan, then at that point the caravan member walks up to you, Bank, and saying, "Hey, you should probably go to the main hall." At which point you do.
Oh,
you join.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
All three of the elders come in, and there's generally a conversation started as the third one walks in finally.
I will apologize to people as I come in, obviously, brushing off my hands and stuff, wiping them off with a rag. Sorry, I got super focused and distracted. My bad.
Thalarin walks in, sits down as the last one, and he looks at all of you. Well, I have an opinion, and I wanted to share it with all of you first. I don't see any way that it would have been one of you. So I'm just telling you that so there's no misunderstanding. We all agree on this. And the other two nod. For that reason, though, this has put a lot of concern for everybody in the city. He frowns. I don't think we'll be able to do much training at that. Everybody's scared. He looks at all of you. Is there anything that you'd like to do before you leave?
Well, I think this is the perfect moment to have that assembly that you wanted to have, to talk to them. I mean, it seems very suspicious that we come here, and on the day that I let you know that defense is the camp's defense is the most important thing to address, the very night your border is breached by someone. I think this, if anything, I think it would be an opportunity to unite everyone on that cause.
I agree with the elders. If training is done in fear, then fear will be felt whenever they use their training.
As all of you are discussing, Gwendolyn even pipes up. No, we will be focusing on defense from now on. You made a good point, and I want to say thank you for waking all of us up last night. The fact that Marcus didn't do that infuriates me.
It's something that comes from experience and practice. You'll get there.
She just frowns. It's also a shame that none of us really woke up because of the chimes. I thought it would be more.
Perhaps those chimes are not as effective as you think they are.
They're not. Yeah. So we're going to be focusing on doing what we can with what we've got. Thank you for the talk about the trade. We've had multiple people ask if you could leave early. They both look up. It's nothing offensive. We still hope to have trade in the future. We're going to send you back with a list of things we'd like you to bring next. It's just to ease the minds of everybody. It's when visitors are in town and a thing happens, they're going to blame you even if it makes no sense.
Very well.
Can I make a request, or at least ask a question then?
Gwendolyn looks at you. Yes?
I'm not offended by what she said, I'm just looking slightly concerned, I guess is my facial expression. It's like, if possible, the next time like a caravan or something travels down, would you be against me coming back and helping? You have an awful lot of stuff to make and do and build, and that's what I'm good at, and I'd like to help if you'll have me.
You see all three of them smile. You would all be welcome back. It's just tensions are high with multiple people now. At one point, Aretha you see touching her stomach. Apparently baby is kicking. And she looks up, especially that one right there, and she points up to Davrik. Everybody seems to enjoy him.
Told you.
I will look slightly more relieved and will nod, smiling.
I want to bring up one more thing, if I might.
They all look towards you.
What was his name who came in here, who you were worried? Marcus? That he didn't alert you?
They nod.
I would have you know that the first one he tried to alert was this young boy here, who was sleeping here, who got up almost without a sound to accompany him. He did not go to you, and I figured he would go to the elders. I would keep an eye on that relationship.
You see, everyone roll awareness and actually no, everybody roll charisma on this, because you're looking specifically for social response on this. I've been doing perception wrong on this.
2.
This is backwards. No offense,
yeah,
but I'm not used to Davrik having the big role in this type of thing.
Davrik is very socially aware, he's just not physically aware. okay, it's you know, Davrik is trained most of his life to be kind and aware.
Mm-hmm.
They love this troll.
So Davrak, due to whatever reason, you're actually able to simultaneously see the 3 responses on their faces, and you see all of them almost swiftly remove them from vision. Bank, you get to choose one of these 3 to lock into your character's mind. Got it? So no, let me finish. Let me finish before we go on.
Okay.
Davrik, Gwendolyn looks insanely concerned. A moment of worry, absolute panicked worry, blips on her face. Thandalin, or Therlin, tilts his head in curiosity, like, I wonder which kid. Aretha smiles. Briefly. Those are what you notice as this is being asked about the kid being notified before anyone else.
Which one responded to my question?
Gwendolyn, I think. Yes.
It's probably the one I'm looking at because she was the one to respond to me. She's likely the one I'm still kind of like looking at, so I'm gonna guess it would be hers.
Got it.
Renard, do you have any better description?
That would be something I guess I would have to ask the DM. Did I get a really good look?
You didn't get a good look, and it was not a kid you met. Or if you did, you don't remember who.
If I saw him again, I would not be able to.
Mostly because of the like, you would have had a chance to see it, but then you started shouting, and in all the chaos, it's not that the kid disappeared, but the kid was no longer standing where he was standing.
But I couldn't pick him out in a...
Yeah, no, you didn't get a good glance of which kid it was, and when you shouted, he kind of just immediately instinctively blended in with the chaos. Okay. So you might wrongly accuse.
Okay, then I will say... I did not get the best look at him, but I have a hunch you guys know which one it is.
I'm looking pointedly at Gwen.
All 3 of them look towards Renard and just kind of do a subtle nod, like agreeing with you in a sense. Gwendolyn says, well, I don't, but we can definitely discuss it. The other 2 look at her and just nod in response, like as if they are agreeing, like they will work together.
Question, Jack. Was
Yes?
that a lie?
Go ahead and roll social to see.
Would that be an awareness or a charisma or?
It's, sorry, it's a charisma. You believe she's telling the truth.
Okay.
I'm not great with names, Jack. Which one smiled for a second?
That was the human, Gwendolyn. Wait, no, Aretha.
No.
The herbalist. The pregnant one smiled for a moment.
Okay. Yes, do make sure you discuss amongst yourselves, especially you, Aretha.
They all look at you in response as if they heard you, and all just nod. She seems stone cool at that response.
You may not have a traitor in your midst, but someone might not be following along with your leadership.
At that
I know
point,
a thing or two about mutinies.
At that point, Thalarin stands up from his chair and puts his hands gently on the table. I see. I think it's time for all of you to leave then. No offense, but this conversation seems to be ending. He, as a child, he seems very adult and authoritative at that moment. And he's looking directly at Davrak at that moment. I thank you for all that you've helped us with yesterday. And again, thank you. Thank you for waking us up last night. And at that point, he politely starts walking around, and the others follow suit to generally be kind to you as they're moving you out the door towards the caravan.
Are the horses even good to go? Vashana will ask.
As you walk up to the caravan and ask, they smile and nod. Yes, they will be. They just, they will not be able to move at a brisk pace.
Wouldn't that put us in danger, though?
They'll be able to run if they need to. We'll be fine. Well, we should be fine, and if not, that's what you're for.
Then we can't stay here.
He looks around. No, doesn't seem to be. He chuckles, looking over at Renard with a very, very large smile. Was it something we said? At which he starts laughing at you.
Oh, I've enjoyed my time here, and I want to thank you for your hospitality. And I hope that you've learned a lot, and I hope to I'd hope to return and help you to learn more. I do just hope that you will consider the things that we've said, and we'll happily go on our way and hope to return. Thank you. The best of luck with this.
Oh,
This is you're brave. You're very brave people. Best of luck.
One thing I do wish to impart. If anybody notices pumpkins, don't touch them.
They all look at you confused.
Trust me on that.
But
I will wince.
But as they're looking at you confused, Thalarin walks past you, and actually clasps hand with Renard. And he says softly, all of you hear it. It's not meant to be secretive. It just says, "Thank you for your influence. It's going to help our town greatly." But over his shoulder, you see Gwendolyn frown at that comment. And it seems that that he is sincere in his appreciation. As all of you are starting to gather and get towards the caravan, you hear from behind you Gwendolyn say over to Aretha, "Do you know what a pumpkin is?" And you would guess, and then you hear, no, I don't. Oh, okay. And as all of you get into the wagons, all the kids are coming up, they're saying farewell, and you start moving out to the chimes as one of the things that it takes a moment as they have to detach all the ropes, because apparently no one thought that you would have things larger than kids coming through. One of the things they'll have to consider in the future.
Gate ropes.
As you're leaving the town, Brandon just calls back to you. "Yeah, that was a faster leave than I expected. It was all over in a moment." And as the wagons start moving forward, the fisher, Thoreen, waving on his at you as you pass by. You all start moving home. You look back, and behind the caravans, you even see the three elders walking at a distance to make sure that your wagons keep on going.
Good grief.
The travel home to Travar is pretty much uneventful.
As we're leaving, and as the three of them are noticing, like, walking back, and I'd say the good grief, I will kind of, like, glance across the tab and go, talking about mutiny right as we're about to leave, possibly not the best way to, like,
They should know what they're getting into. I've seen this before.
All I know is it sounds like history might be repeating itself based on what I read. Speaking of that, what did I learn?
Oh, don't worry. You'll learn that soon. You'll learn that soon.
Oh, no.
As the caravan's going on and a conversation sparks up, Vashana shares the little bit that she was able to glean that night. Pages in the book are written in a way that are written by multiple different inks, multiple different styles of writing. And you found that in a pure moment of almost pure genius at the very end, you don't know how valuable your knowledge is. It talks about the differences of how there's multiple different segments of a care, and one of which did a betrayal of the other two. And it turned out to be an almost caste faction war where they suddenly closed up their parts, and they were threatening to try and defend themselves. Things were not going well in the largest faction. In the second largest faction, there seemed to have been a dispute between them that started something horrible. And the grandfather talked about how the elder of their third faction, the youngest and poor faction among the Care, they came up with a plan to find a way to break the defenses of the Care for a very limited time to let the children out. While it is unproven, there were concerns in the Care that there was something wrong. And the only people that seemed to have been affected were adults in the other faction. So whether it was a sickness or an illness, whatever it was, they wanted to give their children a chance before they got old enough to contract it, was what the thought was, according to the reading. So they viewed it as the final entry as a way to save their children instead of dooming them to death in a coffin. Vashana, your moment of brilliance happened at the end when you started noticing that the oddness of the fact that there were two inks there. And that's when you looked at a book in a different way, as if it were written with magical symbols and such. And you started recognizing that in the final page, within the writing, there was a second ink overlaying it that actually had magical rune writing on it. And you started seeing that there were parts of the story that was counteracting the original story. So there's an entire story within that that implies it is false. You only learn that it is a false story at the end, which means what you know is incorrect. So you're back at the start. The only thing that seems correct is that they came from a Care. Do you wish to report this by default to the guild when you return? And that's a group decision.
I was going to say, I would definitely ask the group this question. Vashana leans... She would lean more towards... She would probably want to report it. But if the majority votes no, she will not. But this would be something she would write in her journal.
If you write in your journal,
Although,
you will be giving it to the guild.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Is although she...
First, do you share with... It sounds like you share with the party.
I do share with the party, yes, 100%.
All right, so
I don't see why she wouldn't.
So your thoughts are out. Anyone else wish to share their thoughts? Because I need to know this as a GM before I proceed.
The only concern I have is if I tell the guild, this will be information available to the entirety of the guild, and we do not know the intentions of everybody in the guild. I am sure not everybody in the guild is as... I'm going to use the term kind as us. They could use that information against them, and that would be my only point of not sharing it.
Well, the journals also get sent off, right? And then that's public knowledge for the most part.
This is a vulnerable group, and I think that and they didn't ask us to figure this kind of stuff out. Mm-hmm. We just did.
Yeah.
So I would say I'm in favor of not sharing this with the guild, but maybe saying to the guild, we want to be the party who goes back to do this job again.
Yeah, I'm for that. It's not really our story to tell, and curiosity aside, like there's no reason for them to need to know that, because what we know is basically nothing. We know that they came from a Care, which you can kind of glean, but that it's not important anyway. What the guild wants is really just to make sure that they're still running, make sure that we establish trade, and we keep them somewhat happy. So we did. We came back with more trade and more opportunities. So we did our jobs admirably.
Could we maybe do both? Because what we put in our journals, although it should be true, what goes in our journals and what we tell at least the leaders of the guild, like the compass and stuff, aren't necessarily the same. We could let them know what's actually going on, while what goes in our journals can still protect them.
Well, we give our journals to the leaders.
Yeah, our journals are their knowledge. Those are our reports.
Well, yeah, and the journals are made public, but what we tell them directly, like vocally.
Oh, we can talk
to
them, sure.
Yeah, I think we should let them know what's actually going on, but what goes in our journals.
But what I'm saying is, we don't know what is actually going on. We know that there's a story, and we know that it's probably not true, and we know that they probably came from a care, and that's all.
Yeah, I don't think there's any use telling someone what we don't know. And what we don't know is that there was that story.
So. Right.
Well, at the same time, it's useful information, or possibly useful information, that the kids believe something and that's not true. That will color the way they think and act.
I definitely agree that I would request to come back here should
the caravan. Yeah, I think at the very least we can tell like the compass or maybe the host about it, but I wouldn't make it public to the entire guild, and it would be, people that I trust for the care.
Yeah, is that true, Jack? Like, if we tell the compass or the host something, can that be a thing we divulge to them in, like, a secrecy type thing and leave out of our journals?
Perfectly viable option. Perfectly viable.
Okay.
But is it even necessary?
It's more a choice.
I don't know what
at this
kind
point,
of useful. Yeah. I'm not sure what useful information they're going to get from that.
Well, I feel like it might kind of drive the point home a bit more of there is kind of something else going on, and we want to be the ones who help them find their footing in this world and try to uncover what actually happened to it.
Yeah, because they definitely want.
Also, the hosts and stuff are like way more experienced than we are and have a far better idea of no one's always talking about like the bigger picture. This kind of feels like it.
Yeah, it's kind of a bigger thing because they might have a lead on a care that they might come from.
Yeah.
And that would be something to note.
So generally, what is the consensus?
But do we trust them not to talk?
Well, okay, first, it sounds like the consensus is everybody agrees to not put details about, like, the personal things in your journals. Am I hearing that correctly? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
So, just wanted to lock that in. So, I'm still doing things on the side. Please continue.
I think right now we're just trying to decide if we are going to ask the compass and / or the host, whoever we report back to, that this information in our report is strictly for their ears and their own knowledge and not public knowledge, because we worry about the kids. We don't want people to take advantage of them. We want to be able to help them, and we want to know what happened to them, basically, like why they were kicked out. But it wouldn't do any good to just put that to the open public, because that could then put them in danger. So Vashana would be okay with simply reporting it to one of the higher ups, as long as it was very clear that this is knowledge that they do not share, because it could put the children at risk.
Yeah, and to be fair, like, they're the ones that brought the children to our attention, not the other way around. So they already know. It's not like we're sharing new information about a vulnerable population. It's just what we're sharing is that, we know they came from a care that might have an issue. And that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I think my only thing is, let's not, like we said, not publish anything in the journal, but talk to them directly and say, we'd like to be the ones to further investigate the mystery here. We believe it's worth investigating. We'd like to be the team to go back again.
And you are not so does that mean, final answer, are you disclosing the information that you found from the book?
Vashana is okay with disclosing the information.
once
the asterisk.
Once that goes to them, though, you know, like they're going to be the ones to decide whether they want to spread that around or not. Like, not us, because we don't have the rank. Reporting it to an authority means they will take that information and they will do what they want with it. That could be good and it could be bad.
Mm-hmm.
Well, consider they're going to take steps anyway. Regardless of what we do, they're going to move forward because they want to ally and, I assume, draw that village kind of like into the guild's influence circle. They're going to do that anyway. Yeah. They're going to be able to do it more safely, more effectively, and I don't think they're going to want to hurt the kids. They've never seemed like the sort that would. They need the info to do that. And if the kids are working under one assumption, which is that this whole thing happened, but that's not true or is being concealed in some way, then the guild needs to know that. At least the people who's ahead of it. And heck, they keep enough secrets from us of everything that happens. So they're definitely good at keeping secrets.
I don't feel comfortable keeping secrets from the guild, just in general. Yeah. And they're our guild. We're not here trying to be a part of this guild so we can not say stuff to them.
And if we can't trust them, who are we going to trust? And if we can't trust them, are they going to trust us?
All right, you've won me over. I'm okay with telling them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who do you choose to tell?
Compass. That's my vote anyway.
Compass. She's the martial leadery type tactical person, right?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, sorry. Question: from me having lived amongst the guild for as long as I have, who would be their information broker? Who would be the person that deals with information?
Elaborate. Like you getting information, guild getting information, who you want to give the information to?
Who's the Vashana of their group?
Who is the what?
The Vashana
of their group.
So someone who would take the information and gather information about it.
Gather and work out what the best way forward, their information collation and
the entire, spy master. Basically the
spy
entire
master.
group. The Raven. However,
I don't like the Raven. Who's the next person?
You don't trust the Raven.
It's not that I don't trust him. He terrifies me. So no, who's the next person?
You would guess maybe. That's just he's the information spy master kind of person. You've got the researchers in yours. The Cypher would obsess about it, but you think that's probably unsafe.
No, he's more likely to go and ask people about it, and then he's learn it.
Okay, now
it seems like it's Compass.
Let's go with the Compass. If you got
people in this guild that you don't trust with information, then why are we telling?
Right, right.
It's
that's why you don't tell him, because he's a gossip.
But he's part of the guild.
Who says the others tell him everything? Come on, if we know from the outsiders, they're going to be even more wary.
You just went back on your own logic. Why are we inclined to tell them if we know there's people in this guild that we can't trust?
No, there's certain ones that we probably wouldn't want to information broker with, but I would trust no one.
I love the fact that pun exists, and I love that idea.
You're.
All I know really is the Compass, and there's a couple others, but the other two that I know aren't going to help us.
My two choices would my first two choices would be the Raven and the Compass in that order. But I don't want to talk to the Raven, so I talk to the Compass, and she'll probably tell the Raven.
I haven't met the Raven, have I?
No.
He's terrifying.
I would like to meet the Raven at some point.
Oh, I kind of I curl up in a ball, no, please no.
You don't have to go with me.
Are we leaning towards telling the Compass then? Is that what's going on? Or are we saying, wait a minute, no.
No, I am okay with
I vote for the Compass.
The Compass, right. That's who would
I'm nodding.
I will give you a quick response. And I will be more elaborate in it in a post-story writing in the Discord server. As you elaborate on it, and I'm going to say the lightest level of information. You don't go in full details right away. Just that you mention that there's a chance that you know some deep information about the origins of them, or would it be Renard, in your hesitancy, I'm going to say that a strategy is brought together of, hey, if we knew something, how would we go about it? Kind of thing. But doing your best charismatically to approach it. Assuming you always succeed in this.
Right.
Let's see. You've got something that you would think could be valuable, but you don't want to put it in the journals? She nods. You're clever. That's what that means. And you actually think. That's good. That's very good. Renard, I believe your name was. And thanks for bringing up to me that. Well, why would you tell me? And not put it in your journal? She looks at all of you generally curious.
The population that we found is vulnerable. We want to see them succeed, and we don't want to accidentally harm them through the use of some dangerous information. Not that it is necessarily dangerous, but we're still beginning. We're still getting our footing at this.
She's playing with one of her ponytails in one hand, and she's looking at it as you say it. What you feel bad to notice is her other ponytail goes into her beer mug. She then looks up at you and says, "That wasn't a test, but that's a damn good answer." I fucking appreciate that. Yeah, no, I feel the same. That's part of the reason that we're going there as their clients. It's not because of the profit, though the profit is good. Don't tell the Vision I said that. She chuckles a little bit.
Grin.
She looks up at you and says, "Tell me if you wish, but let me know why you're telling me first. Because I'm on the same page as you, and I'm not going to... I wouldn't tell everything I know to everyone in this guild."
Well,
but
not knowing it could mean that mistakes are made when dealing with them that could just ruin everything. But knowing it means that that can be taken into account.
When we're looking at our requests or rumors, we'll take that into consideration, all the information that you provide me, and I'll keep it personal unless it makes sense to tell above. It just, without knowing the information, you know? She smiles and says, "So tell me if you feel it is wise, and if you wish to keep it to yourselves, that's also wise, but for me personally, knowing more may help me approach the requests correctly. Or
I will.
She shrugs, properly request payment in for the right amounts."
I will look at Renard to see the look he might be giving me of whether approval or disapproval, and see if I can read that.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a look. That says the compass just told us to hold on to our information. It's valuable. Let's keep it secret. And that's the look. I don't know how the look to you is like shake, like a slight shake of the head, narrowed eyes, a nod and appreciation and smile towards the compass, and I step back and walk away from the conversation.
1 second.
Regardless of the information.
Weird.
She calls after
That's
you
not how
before
I
you
read
walk
that
away.
at all.
So, let me be clear. If you're not putting it in the journal and you think it's for the good, I respect that, but you should be completing your journals. Don't miss important details. And she looks at you with a very authoritative look, which gets completely dismantled as she looks down and notices her hair in her beer mug. She then reaches over, grabs the ponytail, and just sticks it in her mouth, and she starts sucking on it as she says the next part. "That said, if you give me the reason why you're telling me what you're doing, I can do with it what's supposed to be. But," and she points at all of you, "if you don't give me that information, and you look and you see things go poorly, that's not on me." And she gives all of you a stern look. "So if you want to tell me, I'll be over here talking to this hunk of stupidity." And she starts walking away.
I'm trying not to wiggle.
So
perhaps we'll ponder it for now.
So, at this point of the story, you have not told no one about the care or the history of the town of of
But I
torch
really,
shadow.
Well, I really want to.
yeah, me and Lux are on the same
You
page. It's like we really
You need
want
keep
to,
a secret. God.
but they can also. I believe no one can also keep a secret. Is the thing.
Yeah.
Like she knows it is a need to know
I've been
basis.
trying to develop a relationship with her, and I haven't been able to do it.
See, Renard Renard shook his head and kind of turned around and walked away, and my look at him was, "What? That's not what she said." You're like
Not my
shaky head
God.
response to Vash, and when you turn around and look, like my look to you is, "What? That's not, huh?"
So I will look to the rest of the group, I guess, because she probably wouldn't have gotten that from Renard because.
Yep.
I
I am having
personally-
trouble not bursting into giggles. Like, I am really trying hard not to giggle fit at the hair and the thing. Like, I'm trying hard, and I know if I do burst out giggling, she's going to backhand me or something or push me off the table. So I'm not. But when you guys are all exchanging looks, Renard choosing not to share, I am looking around the group kind of like, I want to share. Like, I would.
Out of character, that is what the story is right now.
Okay.
You will have an opportunity to tell her in the future. So it's not that you closed a door. It's just a matter of you haven't walked through this door yet. I'm going to liken it to the old adage about toothpaste. You can never put it back in the tube once it's out. So this is the most flexible thing, and I don't want to make a final decision and in overtime on our adventure. Okay?
Leave it in the tube.
Yeah, leave it in the tube for now. You can take it out later.
To be fair, you can put it back in if you're invested enough. Just saying.
I
No,
don't.
I know,
what
Ian.
the hell,
I'm
man?
joshing.
What the hell? I will
Sometimes
wanna
it takes
say,
proving
I
a
don't
point.
know if you noticed this or not. You have been awarded your legend points of 775 earlier. And per the agreement, you were to get paid 50 silver each. That was noted in there before you raised to Circle 2. No one does bring up when you come back, there was a paperwork error, is how she sums it up. Making sure all of you are selected. Boom. 100 silver.
Oh, sorry. I will. So, yeah, I will fix that because I did just put 50 in my. Silver,
then you
so
can fix it. Okay,
yeah,
so
I have fixed it.
now that is going to be where we end our session tonight. I want to say before anything, Marathi, thanks for hanging out with us tonight, man.
This has been awesome.
I do have. This is going to be really quick. Hear me out. Downtime. Ping me when it works. I'll be hanging out in the Discord off and on throughout the week in the banter channel. This is not only for you, but other people in the community can come in and say hi. That is an open channel to the community. If you want to do downtime, it is my intent to go live when it happens, and you can spend your time there. There is something I'm unlocking this week, which is if one of you can provide the service to other people and you're willing to give up downtime to help other people or get paid, say so in the OOC updates, which used to be the downtime channel. Just basically say, hey, I'm available to help with research in Vashana's case, or Bank is a weaponsmith. So if you're willing to use him as a resource as an amateur weaponsmith, you may be able to negotiate a deal. That said, you are giving away your days of downtime to perform services for other people. So get those deals figured out or talked about if you want to try and get something done.
Takes 5 days to forge something, I believe.
Yep, so you're trading a lot of time.
Yep.
But generally speaking, just wanted to let you know that could be a thing. And other than that, have yourself an awesome week with a girthy amount of legend points. That's
Awesome.
it.
Also, all y'all are awesome. Jack, thanks for running that. Today has been an absolute blast.
That was fun. Yeah.
I also enjoyed that.
I do have a regret. Damn, that was a lot of information, but damn, that tour took a lot of time. No, and not only you, Marathi, but everyone else, thanks for hanging out and making this my favorite night of the week now. This is my highlight, and it's all because of literally professional look givers at this point.
We're all getting pretty good at looks.
Vashana's not.
He'll get better.
Practice.
And out of character, you will have decisions to make in the future like that. They, while they may proceed in one story or not, as a GM, I like knowing it because it changes what the requests can be.
Consequences.
Not only consequences, benefits. So.
A benefit's a consequence.
Yeah. Anyway, everybody out there, thank you for hanging out with us. I will have this up on YouTube soon if people have any questions. And yeah, blah, blah, blah. It's really late. So I'm going to say farewell, be kind to each other, embrace each other. And remember, tip your role players. Go find them. Bye, friends.
Thank you.